Hey, how's it
Hey
going?
Zink, how you doing?
I'm good.
Nice. Yo, did you see that Zelensky picture where he's got the washboard and he's washing money?
Yeah, no, it was the British guy, I think, right?
Oh man. Sorry, wait, what British guy?
The artist. I think I know which one you're talking
Oh,
about.
it's so good.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah, I
great.
had to give you a shout out on that World Welfare Queen. It's just too good.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous.
I wanted to just well, I don't know, maybe you've seen it if you've logged into Amazon. Um, so they're selling for $65. The Donald Knuth, The Art of Computer Programming series. So it's like volumes 1 to 4B. For $65. So it's the box set.
Oh yeah,
It's pretty awesome. So I picked that up. I don't know if you'd be interested in that.
on
Yeah,
Amazon. I'll check it out. I mean, yeah, I have them obviously digitally, but yeah, I'll check it out.
Amazon.ca. Yeah, I mean for $65, normally it's like 250, right? So
Sorry, I just setting up the things. Yeah, no, I mean, I guess how many volumes is it now? Four.
there's more beyond that.
Yeah, I'll have to check. I guess Carlo, are you still busy, or were you ready to start? Or see you down there.
I think it dropped out again. So yeah, I actually did not finish the last story. Um, I was gonna finish it this afternoon, but I got tied up. I had to put this wrap over my windows, right? So because I'm losing like a lot of heat through them because they're older windows in like one section of my house. So yeah, the last. Hey, Carlo.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
Uh,
Yep.
Yeah, I'm on the road, so I'm on my data. I'm not sure how well it's my connection will be. We'll see. But yeah,
Fair enough. Yeah. So I mean, so the last story I didn't get to. Um, all the other ones I got to though.
yeah. The last story, like I listened to it. I read the first six, and I listened to the rest. But the last story, like it's I could not get into it. Like I mean, I was doing something else, and like
Right.
like it's one of those stories where like they drop like 20 different character names. So I was having so much trouble following. I'm like, wait, who, what? Like you just keep like a new name, like every like I don't know, like paragraph or something. So I would need to read it. I think on paper, like just listening to it, like yeah, it's just I just couldn't click with it.
Yeah, no, it's funny because actually I think that one was actually one of the more interesting one. But yeah, no, I can understand it took a little bit to kind of launch.
No, I was doing something else too, right? Like I was just like and like wait, like I didn't have time to go back to it. Yeah, I'm super busy, man. Like I'm so busy this week. It sucks. Like I really
Yeah.
want to be there for the book club, but yeah, no, like I have work. And like
I
yesterday I
feel you,
finished work
Carlo.
at like 10 p.m. man. Like yeah.
I feel you, Carlo. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on with the markets, like, over the last few days. So, like, I've been doing that and, like, getting food together and, like, working things out. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe if you guys want to start with the last story, and I'll just like not participate in it. Um,
No, I don't think I like I could not. Yeah, like I listened to it and like it just didn't click to me, to be honest. Like yeah, I don't know. Like I will have to read it. Honestly, my head is just a bunch of names. Like that's it.
right. I don't know, Zinc. Do you have any thoughts on the
M- m-
final
m-
story, or
maybe we can leave the next story for the next page,
Yeah, we can leave it for
and
next time.
like
Yeah.
start there. Yeah, so I can maybe read it like from my on my ebook reader.
all right? Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
I'll try and catch up too. Um, but yeah, the whole thing about time and that, like, yeah, I just haven't had the time. Like I had planned to get into it this afternoon, but it just didn't work
Well,
out.
I don't know how many hours you work a week, but some weeks I work like 60, 70 hours, so it's like insane. Like I barely have time to like like go home, eat, and sleep. Like some days, yeah, I
Right.
get home, like eat, shower, and like just go straight to bed because I have to wake up at like 5:30 the next day. So yeah, unfortunately, but I mean, I do my best, and like let's say like times like this, where let's say I miss a story, yeah, maybe we can figure something out, like leave it for the next page or something.
Well, yeah, I don't work, Carlo, but like, I do like finance bro stuff, and like with the markets, with this whole FTX thing, and like, just the normal stock market I've been watching. Like, I really had to pay attention to it, over the last few days. So yeah, I was like, yeah, the last story, like, I just couldn't get to it either.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, we can just do it next time. That's no trouble.
Fair enough.
Okay,
Fair enough.
so this was interesting. Someone like me who like kind of hyper focuses, like this was kind of hard for me because like jumping from like different tone, different like kind of like time period where they were written, like different writer, different style. It was rough. Like normally yeah, like 'cause I kind of yeah, what I said, like I read this and I read them like all in one shot, and then I listened to the rest. So yeah, like I don't know how much I can contribute this time, but like I yeah, I never book club something like this, right? Which is like a bunch of different stories from like different writers. Like normally it's like one I book club books or like like a short story books from the same writer. So I just had trouble kind of like I mean like some of the stories were really good, so like they stood like they just stood out to me, but like yeah, like I mean, and normally like I take time to like even research about the author if I don't know them and stuff. But like this time, nothing. Yeah, just all of the authors together. Like I feel like I yeah I didn't even know like what to research. But like yeah, and also like what I said, like I'm really busy. So, anyways, we can definitely talk about it though. I don't know who wants to start.
So I guess that Senin, the first one by Ryunosuke Akutagawa. Um, I actually did enjoy this one. It's like,
Brilliant
they
story.
basically, yeah, they take advantage of him. Like, the older couple takes advantage of him for 20 years. Then like the wife is just being cruel. Tells him to climb up that tree, and then like he just keeps ascending. Like, he actually reaches the level of like the Senin, right? Like, was pretty interesting. Like, um, yeah, I enjoyed that one. I mean, I was trying to figure out like what it actually means. Is it that, oh, through like being humble and stuff like that, you'll achieve like, the virtues and like the powers of a great master or something like, or is it like, it's more like the jokes on them type of thing, like, um, because they're taking advantage of him and, he actually achieves his goal anyway. Yeah, I don't know what you guys think.
This guy, like I love this guy. I discovered this guy because of Haruki Murakami. He was like basically his like kind of like his like main influence, right? And this guy is a genius. Like I read most of his stuff. I absolutely love this guy, and like the way he writes, it's kind of like this guy. He was born in like the um, kind of like the time where like Japan was expanding. Like after like the West kind of they finally open up to the West and like Japan industrialized and like he kind of just left behind like like the whole like they were stagnant for so many centuries, right? And like during the Tokugawa era, where like it was like the Wild West and like that lasted for a long time, right? And like it was like the way of the sword. So like like and then they like modernized like like in like 20 years or something, where like they completely changed their like school system and like like they culturally consume like they open up to like yeah like a Western writers and like or like Russian writers, right? So this guy, he got to live when he was young into like like kind of the old ways, and then he got to live through like all the transition and like like he uh he got to basically yeah like kind of ride that wave and like like he took it like a personal quest, right? To like okay like I'm gonna help like my culture kind of turn and like what he did was like kind of like try to bridge like like the old like the old tales from like like the yeah Tokugawa era of that like kind of marry them to like the Western like novels or like the Russian novels or like the big like short story and novel movement which wasn't in Japan didn't exist, right? They have like haiku and they have like all this like more like old style way of like storytelling and it was very like like tied to their animistic like philosophy of that. So like they didn't have any novelists like short story writers like this, right? And like he like took it as like his mission to like okay I'm gonna create like like a wave of like fiction kind of like like the West but like Japanese, right? Like I'm gonna inject all of the old folklore and like kind of like juxtapose the old with the new and like we kind of see it in this little story, right? Where like like I feel like the guy what's the guy's a doctor, yeah, he's like a doctor, like a study doctor, and like like we kind of see here that like oh well like you have like the modern way of living, right? Like having a servant helping a doctor, and then like like the kind of like more like folklore way where like we have this Sennin who like they were like these crazy mystics, right? So anyways, I don't know who wants to add to that.
Yeah, no, it was an interesting story. I mean, in some ways, I guess it was somewhat predictable, right? Um, I don't know what you guys thought. I don't know if you guys like.
I found it clever. Like I knew like I kind of knew obviously that like somehow he would get it right, but like I just thought like he would go through to like worse shit, like that he would like like just get like punishment and then kind of gain his like but like I mean like no it was really clever. I feel like uh even if I was expecting that to happen like it just kind of happened faster and like like kind of like cleaner than I thought. So I don't know. I enjoyed it and like I also love that like they kind of don't explain too much at the end. It's like okay, like he just sent in like bye, like he didn't dwell too long on that. Like like kind of maybe have like the couple react or something. Like nah, it's just like story's over. Like I love those open endings when something like that happens. I feel like the rest would be like redundancy if the writer like adds more. So just like it's like like clean little story. What I said, I actually went to research on like Seinen and like the history a little bit. So like yeah, actually I have read this story before, but like never in this context or like like kind of breaking it down. So yeah, pretty fun. I feel like you can make like a little short movie out of this, and like it would be great.
So what I find interesting is that, for like the brevity of the story itself, 20 years has actually passed, right? So I mean, you know, that's kind of interesting what you said right there, Carlo, that, a little movie could be made out of this. They could show like, maybe have a montage of like different things that he has been doing for the couple for 20 years. I mean, also the fact like he's just not being paid for any of his efforts, right? And then like he sort of has the last laugh. It's like, yeah, it's kind of interesting. You know, like I don't know what the significance of him not being paid for his efforts are. Is it that, you have to like suffer somehow to like achieve like this sage like um level of like higher consciousness? Like I don't know, do you guys have any thoughts on that?
I guess the idea is that he's just focused on becoming a Senine, right? Whereas like whatever his body is actually doing, right, in service to the couple, his mind is always focused on on his actual goal, right? I mean that's the way I sort of would take it.
Right. Yeah, I don't know, like, I mean, yeah, he achieves his goal, but like, they also achieve theirs. I mean, they're not paying him any money. um you know I don't know, is it like a quid pro quo kind of thing, or like,
Well, I mean
y- you
it's no
know
small thing that she did try to kill him, the
right, yeah,
wife.
yeah, yeah. Exactly, yeah. Or was it that, was she trying to kill him, or like just to see like if he would fall, or I don't know, that, yeah, that was weird, that part, like, I don't know. Yeah.
I guess the idea too is it has something to do with faith, right? That is to say that in being constantly right, even obeying up until the last moment, right? He somehow transcends.
Right.
Yeah, when I look online about this, it says it's based on like a Zen koan, um, which is supposed to like put like it's one of those like the way the Simpsons explained it, right? The hand, the sound of one hand clapping or the tree falling in the forest type thing, right? It's one of those things that's supposed to make you think on it, right? So it's
Right. And
no,
like,
no to me the part that is interesting and is sort of very Japanese is the very ending though, right? Because it doesn't end there. It ends like, oh, and that tree still stands today, and so and so with great personal expense moved it to see snow on it, right? It has that very straight, like almost kind of like random postscript on it, right? I guess the idea
Yeah, I
being that
thought of that.
it's
I thought of that, like the whole like animistic tradition of Japan, where like 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 one of the spirits might live in a tree, right? Like in a random tree. So that's what it made me think of, right? Like that kind of Shinto religion where like you have all these spirits and like like magical beings like living in like anything, right? Like a rock in the side of the road, or like yeah, like a tree. So I just thought of that, like like it's funny that like we have this guy like just transcend with like just being close to like like a random like object in nature. So I just thought of that.
I mean,
well,
what
I
is, does it say something about like, the wife and like kind of the cruelty of like women in a sense, like, the fact that like he's worked for them for 20 years for free. Okay, and then she still, is like wants to like see him suffer in a sense, or like, somehow ridicule him, and like the doctor is not really on board with that. He's like, well, like, man, he's worked for us for 20 years. But I
I
mean,
don't know
he
if it's
doesn't he
quite
doesn't
that.
protest
It's there.
either, right? Like,
I'm not super up on it, but there's a certain stereotype of like sort of the way that a Japanese household is supposed to be run, right? So that is to say, the man is supposed to do his thing and not concern himself with the household, right? And so, in some ways, that's kind of what you see here in kind of an extreme way, in that he doesn't take any responsibility for what happens in the household, right? That's left to the wife. In some
right.
ways, if you look up the sort of stereotype of like the kind of you know Japanese housewife, right? Who's there, kind of like you know kind of running the household affairs, and being sometimes very mercurial about it, right?
But I mean, the doctor doesn't protest too much either. Like, he kind of, you can see, sort of feels bad, but it's like he doesn't protest too much of getting 20 years of free labor, right? Like 20 years of servitude from, this person that, I assume they think that he is like, a bit of a dullard or a fool in a sense, right?
Well, that's the thing, yeah. But I mean, like, so yeah, with the way the ending there, the only thing I'm not sure is like, was it just kind of a flippant thing of the guy just wanted to move the tree just to show off his wealth, or is it as a relic, right? Of because obviously, if this guy, because I guess the concept of this Senning thing is it's kind of the Zen version, I guess, of like a saint, right? So considering that this guy left behind no actual physical, right, this is the closest thing to a relic of this saint, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, so you think the doctor was moving the tree as like, a relic
Oh, I don't
to
know if it was a doctor who moved the tree. It sounded
like
like I think it was a random thing.
somebody
It was
else?
some sort of like daimyo or something like that. Like like I'll have to. What was it? Let me see.
So it's also sort of saying like, the legend continues kind of thing, right? Like, it's like, you know, the story continues, or like, I don't know.
I think it's a counterpoint or something, right? The idea, actually, now that I think of it, yeah, I think what it is the idea is that by humbling himself, right, and whatever he attains this sainthood and whatever else, right? Um, Whereas this guy who then buys the tree for great personal expense and moves it, right? He just has a tree, right? Like, did he really get the point of everything, or something, right? Or did the guy like die and just become essentially because nobody ever saw him again, right? Like, what, like, I don't know if it's criticizing the idea of like what he tried to achieve, right, by obtaining sainthood, or
Right.
yeah, let me see if I sorry, it's just downloading the book. Yeah, so Yodoya, yeah, so what became of the doctor and his wife, no one knows, but the big pine tree in their garden is known to have lived on for a long time, for it is told that a couple of centuries later, a Yodoya Tetsugoro, who wanted to see the tree clad in snow, went to the trouble and expense of having the big tree, which was more than 20 feet round, which was then transplanted to his own garden.
So I mean, clearly the story has lived on, and that's why he would go to that expense to do that, right? So it's like, it's sort of saying that, like, it's talking about like the tradition, how, like, story, the tradition, and like has been, the traditional storytelling and has been passed down, sort of thing. It's like, is that what he's getting at there?
No, I think it's one of two things. One, it's the kind of, you know materialism of it, right? Or the aestheticism, right? Like the yeah, that this wealthy guy buys it just to then stick it somewhere,
But I mean,
because
is he aware of like the legend that goes with the story, or
I would think so. I mean, obviously, I mean that would be the point, right? Is that this tree would have that would have been the point of this tree, right?
right?
So yeah, but then yeah, if or is it a criticism of that guy or whatever? I'm not sure. Like yeah, like or is it just kind of like almost kind of a frivolous counterpoint there or something like that? I guess. But yeah, no, it's like I said, I've seen many stories like this, but it was still it was still good. But yeah,
Yeah,
no,
it
I'm
was
just trying
pretty
to
good.
think of what yeah. I can't quite tell the moral of it right there. There's subtleties here that I could interpret it multiple ways, which usually I can I pretty firmly try to take one sort of position on it. But
And what's your take about the timeline? Like, it's for such a short story. 20 years has actually passed, right?
I mean that's not unusual though with like sort of like traditional like fairy tales and stuff like that, right?
Right,
I mean, like you just like even Bible and 40 years passed, and so on and so forth.
right.
I'm curious because yeah, her name's the old vixen, and of course, vixen in English has a connotation of fox, right? And of course, there's similar, right, in Japanese like mythology too. The fox is sort of a trickster like character as well.
The kitsune.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like that Japanese fox.
Yeah, with the many tails, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's and I think the character Tails from Sonic the Hedgehog is based on the kitsune. And
Oh,
also,
dang, really?
yeah,
I
and,
didn't
and
know
all,
that.
also in Overwatch 2, the new character, uh what's her name, like, Kiriko, she has like this, like, her special power is she like invokes the spirit of the kitsune, and like this little fox jumps out, and then like it makes all of her moves like 5x faster, and like gives her like a bit more power when she's in like this kitsune zone.
So I guess if we want to come back to that one, we can. But yeah. Um. So yeah, then there's the next story: a woman alone with her soul.
Yeah, yeah, a very very short story.
Yeah, and
Yeah, what is it, like three lines?
it
Yeah,
depends on if you. Yeah, it's
yeah,
technically
three
three sentences.
sentences. Yeah. So what's this saying? Oh, she thinks she's alone, but then the doorbell rings. Like, who is it? Is it the Grim Reaper? Is it somebody else? Like, is she just an idiot for thinking that she's actually alone in the world? Like, you know, I don't know. Multiple things come to mind, right?
I think it's more. It's it's kind of like a joke, right? It's like a hard joke, right? Like because like it's how she's sitting alone in a house and she's all alone, right? But then the doorbell rings. It's like what is what is, what does that mean, right? It's
Right.
and of course the title gives some hint, a woman alone with her soul, right? Like, yeah, I don't know, like, yeah, is she crazy, or but of course is the idea that she's alone actually what's making her crazy? Yeah, I'm not sure. I just kind of took it. It's one of those things, like, trying to write like a short, a short story that has so much subtext, right? Like, what is it? What's the guy who did, like, the guy who shot himself with a shotgun?
Or Cobain?
Uh,
What?
Who?
Hunter S. Thompson.
No, with a
Under
shotgun. No,
it's a Kurt Cobain.
no, the guy who did The Old Man, the Sea. What's his name?
Oh,
Oh,
Hemingway.
Ernest Hemingway.
Hemingway,
Yeah.
right? Like, he has, like, like he tried to, like, start like a context, like, for the world's shortest story, and like his was something like, a pair of baby shoes never used or something, right? Like an ad in a newspaper, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So it kind of reminds me of that kind of idea.
I mean, Carlo, do you get the sense that maybe this is like a prose poem in a sense, or like, is it even a
Yeah,
short
I should no.
story?
I mean, that's what I thought, and like like I mean, yeah, kind of like like some of the poetry that I read, it's like that, where it's just like something kind of like a very like strong like image, but and that's it. Like it's just really open. Like when I recommended before, like the woman Jill Adamson who writes kind of like dystopian, has this dystopian book that is just dystopian poetry. Some of her poems are just that, like a strong image, right? And it's just kind of open, right? Like, I mean, like in the book, you have like a lot of like more complex poems, but like, yeah, a few of them are like that. I mean, but like in context with the rest, it's cool. But like, you can also read them alone. Like, yeah, they're just like a really strong image, and like it ends there, right? And then it's not really like yeah, like it doesn't tie to anything, just like one single image. So yeah, I can definitely see this. And like, uh, yeah, I also read like another woman from Saskatchewan. She reads also poetry. Uh, she writes also poetry, and she has some poetry like that. So yeah, definitely, that's what I thought. Like when I read it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's somewhat interesting. I mean, it's very open ended, right? So, I mean, you know, maybe you're right, Zink. Maybe it is more of a joke, right?
I think it's a sort of literary joke, right? Because you think that's the start of the story and that's how it ends, right? The way it sets up this sort of thing, just to say the doorbell rings, right?
Right, right. And then, or it's like an introduction to a story, but then it's like they're just like, okay, I'm gonna just make this a story, just to like mess with everyone, type of thing. Like,
I think it's also based on just that idea that, like, you know, there's times when, like, yeah, your doorbell will ring or you'll be somewhere where there shouldn't be any other person, and then suddenly somebody will come along and then you get spooked, right? It's that whole idea that when you're not expecting somebody and then somebody is somewhere, or something happens that implies somebody somewhere, right? Like, it's like shocking, right?
No, but you're right. I think it's kind of undercutting, like like that kind of like the mechanic of a setup in fiction, right? We're like, okay, like where is this going? Like just to undercut it like that, like I think it's just playing with that, with like I mean, you're expecting like there's some sort of payoff for that, but like it's like no, like just like some mundane event, like undercuts the setup, like no payoff. So to me, that kind of is like that too, and like yeah, some poems do that too, but uh, yeah, it is kind of a joke, and like especially like I feel like a reader would like be immediately expecting, like for it to like evolve into something complex, but like the fact that it's just undercut by a simple event, it is a joke on the reader.
I think in some ways even the last story was sort of a joke too, right? Like, or kind of has, you know, that same kind of, like, all of these kind of have like a, like quite a few of these I think have kind of like a tongue in cheek sort of nature, right? Now that I kind of think of it.
Well, a lot of this is like a lot of the stories like kind of really like magic realism, where like you have something that you cannot, like you see every day, something mundane, like the writer kind of, like kind of changes the perspective, so you kind of see like that, like kind of bring in onto a different level, onto a different dimension, right? But a lot of this is, yeah, it's like, I mean, Borges writes magic realism, so it makes sense for him to pick this. But like, yeah, in this simple way, like, I feel like, I mean, we'll get into it later, but yeah, like some of the other stories are like really, really like the essence of like magic realism.
Well, because even I guess we've said about all that can be said for this one, but the reason I was saying that because I was getting ready to move on to Ben Tobith. What were you guys' thoughts on this one?
On Ben Tobas?
Yeah.
Oh, what I said, like, like in magic realism, you will have like, like some event that like, like, or like something like mundane, and like the writer kind of like pulls like magic and beauty out of it. Or you can have like, like, let's say like in this case, right, like it's such a like colossal event, right? Such a like, like, I mean, we know what like what means to someone like Catholic, right? Like it's like the most important thing like for a Catholic, and like to have it to a perspective of like some dude with like a toothache. It's so funny though. It's like reversing that, like kind of like using the magnitude of that and like kind of reversing it, right? It was like you see it from like a perspective of someone barely cares, right, about it.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on there with the rat droppings though that he like puts on his tooth. Like, I mean, and it
I think it's
actually
just a
helps
flippant
him. It's like
cure, right?
what is going on here, right? Like, if anything, that's gonna make it worse.
Well, because there was that, and then there was like something like a piece of the, you know, some sort of a relic, like a piece of the Ten Commandments, and I can't remember the other. Right? There were all these sort of like, yeah. So I'm not sure like with this one what the idea is. If it's if it's that, yeah, he's so focused on something frivolous that he doesn't see, you know, kind of like, you know, the most
Yeah, I mean,
significant.
he missed the event of his lifetime, bro. He just like missed it for like exactly what you're saying. Like focus on some random stuff, right? Like it's made so comic though. Where like at some point he has like, like he's described as like having all these like cloths like wrapped around his head, and he looks like some woman. Like it's just like the most comical, like position to be in. Like literally like the event of a lifetime, like it just completely changed history, right? And he was just like doing some silly stuff, right? So it's that reversal of like what I said, like using the magnitude of like some event, and like like turn it upside down, right?
I think I don't know if it's also implied that somehow like his toothache is
It's
related to
connected.
passion,
Yeah, it's
right?
connected to obviously it's like a stigmata kind of thing. It's
Exactly.
definitely, yeah, a little bit. And like it emphasizes more, right? That like even the universe telling him, dude, like something deep is happening, right? Something like extremely like like with that bunch of gravity that's happening. He just like he doesn't see the signs, right? So kind of more irony there. Irony there.
Because yeah, I mean the way it ends, like, you know, when they're walking home and then he's proceeding to like tell his friend, like, you know, assumed an expression of suffering, tossed his head and moaned artfully, you know, like, I guess, yeah, just kind of, yeah, I'm not quite sure what I'm trying to get at there. I guess it's that one, it's kind of showing how flippant people are, right? And what is suffering and whatnot. But also just how distracted they are, right? That he just wants to like tell his story and whatnot, right?
So I have never had a toothache, so I can't really sympathize with the character here. So, um, yeah, I get that the toothache is symbolic, but I don't know. This story, I did not find all that engaging for me personally. Like,
Oh yeah. Oh my god. I love that. I love this story. Maybe because I read stuff like this before, where like yeah, like like stuff where like there is a story where like you have like the like the allies like winning the war, and there this like this dude is having sex with someone and he just misses it all. So anyways, like I just I read this before, like the same kind of like the same kind of twist, the same kind of like using that element. So I enjoyed it a lot, especially with this though. Like I mean, being raised Catholic, like like kind of by force, because I never I was never I never had a saying in it. So anything that's kind of like even making fun in a benign way of like religion, especially like Catholicism, like I'm all for it. I'm like make fun of that shit. Like it's already stupid enough. So yeah.
yeah, so I think with a lot of these, like the religious aspect to it, like I mean, as I've said, like I was raised Anglican, but not really religious, right? So I mean, I think I've been to church like twice in my entire life, right? So like these type of things don't really like resonate with me, just because like you know it just like I have no like basis there. You know what I mean? Like so like I understand that like all of our laws and stuff like that are based on the Ten Commandments and like you know um and like I believe in like the tenets of Christianity, but like ultimately I really don't care. Like I think you have to have like that religious foundation to like get a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
because like me, like I was beat over the head so much with this shit, right? That like for
Right.
me to just see it undermined, like it's extremely amusing, right? Like that it's
Right. Right.
it's like if you talk to any Catholic, they eventually get there to the passion, the crucifixion, like oh my God, give me a break, like they always
Right.
get there and like just go on, and like it's such a like sacred thing, right? So just be it, even what I said, even if it's benign, right? But like just be made fun of, and like or like yeah for some like you have that perspective like yeah not everyone gave a shit about it right but then like some people were
Right.
busy
Right.
right like so to me that was really funny like I was extremely amused but you're
So
you're right you're right Adria, maybe someone who hasn't had that that shoved down the throat so much like it's like it's kind of like whatever right it's like you're indifferent to it.
right. Yeah. Pretty much. Like I mean, yeah, and I mean I assume Zink being raised Mormon. It's like you have a similar feeling as Carlo, right?
Sorry, I was just rereading the story. What was the question?
Oh no, I was just saying that, like,
I
I
mean,
was.
I guess I heard some of it. I mean, yeah, the idea here, right? So that's the thing. I'm not sure if this is being written from more of a like. I mean, obviously the guy who wrote this grew up Christian, but I don't know if this is being written from sort of a satire of Christianity. But I think it's more like like a satire of humanity, right? Um, because I mean the thing that goes on about is like especially as he's talking to his friend and the way and to make his recital graphic he assumed an expression of suffering, shut his eye, tossed his head and moaned, and then later on it also like goes back right and he's assumed an expression of suffering, tossed his head and moaned artfully again. And I guess it's just the way that people sort of, I guess it's the mundane, right? Everybody knows, right, that the people, I mean, I guess it's the way that somewhat it has to do with, right, when you're witnessing something that might be significant, right, that you know everybody sees the passion, sees it like a significant thing, but for the most part a lot of people, for them, who were probably there or in the streets or nearby, it didn't register, right? It wasn't a significant event for them, right? um they were more caught up in their own issues, right? I guess that's what it's really about. It's just the way that people just aren't really aware of what's going on around them, right?
Right. Yeah. So, like, I mean, my point was, and I mean that is true. Like, whenever we come to these like more Christian stories and stuff like that, like, like I said to Carlo, like, I mean, I was raised Anglican, but like not strict at all. So, I mean, it just I have no like basis of like comparison to like draw from. So like to me it's like a pretty mundane story, and also I've never had a toothache, so I can't even sympathize with the character's pain. So yeah.
I mean, like I said, I'm the religious aspect of it aside, right? It's yeah, I think it's just like just the way that people don't really think about what seems significant to us, right? It is not always the most important thing going on, right? Like, so in hindsight this seems like the most important event in the world, right? But for the average Jew, they're in Jerusalem, in the first century, they probably didn't even know what was going on. It was just another set of executions. And yeah, there were some rumors about this one, but how often, right? So they go and they kind of see it, but they don't really think about it, and then it's out of sight, out of mind very quickly, right?
Right.
I think it's possible that it has nothing to do with religion in particular, but of course, for somebody, if somebody was this, if somebody who had grown up, 100 years ago, what was the most significant event in history, right? It would have been, the crucifixion, right?
Right.
Because whether somebody was religious or not, if you grew up in a Christian sort of, you know, environment, and so I think that's probably what it is. It's more just about
I mean, I grew up in a Christian environment. um like my grandfather would tell me like these biblical stories and stuff like that, but like I don't know, I've always had this sense that it's just not true.
yeah, but I would say like
Yeah.
19th century Russia, right, where
Right, 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 right.
it's assumed, and even if you don't believe it, right, it's just 100% of the cultural makeup, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
And so that's why I guess I think really what it is just kind of like about more about like perception of things, right? And the way that people take part in big events, right? I mean, it could even be the same thing, right? You could say it was the same thing as say like the storming of the Bastille, right? There was probably people who you know went about their business that day and really didn't think that it was a significant event, right? Until a long while later, right?
Right.
So yeah, I guess that's really all I really have. So then the next one, the Phantom Basket.
Another short one.
Yeah, it looks like it's just like a fragment, like just like a guy who was just like a historian, and he just wrote it down in his journal, just like a story he'd heard, right? So one, yeah, that he sees a phantom of one of the apprentices, even though the guy's asleep in his bed, which to me kind of implies astral projection or something. And then later on, he just sees like a basket sailing in the air along the valance of his bed.
Hey, sorry, I disconnected for a bit. Did we move on to another story, or we're
Oh
still
no,
on the
we can go
same?
back to it. Yeah, sorry. Was there something you wanted to say? Like, I guess my
What
point. I
was
don't know
the
if
what was the conclusion to, like, what do you guys was like a resolution, a conclusion to it, or
Well, I mean,
something?
for the most part, like I said, I think it's just it has a religious connotation because, but I think more than anything, the guy's just writing about kind of the way. Now, of course, for a 19th century Russian, right? Like, obviously, the most significant event in history was the crucifixion of Christ, and of course, these days some people aren't even sure if it was historical or not, but at least back then people took it to be a historical event. And so I guess that's the question, is like, do people realize that history's going on around them, right? Like, do you realize, somebody who's standing there as something significant happens, do they realize the significant event is happening at the time?
Yeah, I know what I mentioned to you. Like I read stories like this though, where like it's gonna like playing with that perspective, right? And kind of like I think you touched on it, saying like just kind of making fun of like the frivolity or like the triviality of like like people like they're hung up on these stupid things and like you might be missing out like on life, right? And you just like I don't know like stuck about I don't know like some stupid stuff, right? Like oops. um yeah, so but anyways, like me being brought up religious, like it hit me on that sense in what I said. Like I feel like it added enjoyment to me that like like it's not like like I mean I respect religious people and all that, but I feel like they take this way too literal, right? Like all of this stuff, right? So to see it, like and like especially like yeah, like knowing that it wasn't like someone like like 10 years ago. No, it was a while ago when like in Russia, like the Orthodox religion was like it was super hardcore serious, right? Like I mean, it was their like lifestyle, right? So like to see like a writer from back then doing that, like probably his whole identity was tied to it. So it's very bold and like like daring and like kind of endearing. So anyways, we can move on to the next story, I guess.
I think the only thing, I think it's also maybe mocking this idea. Like people are like, oh, if I had been there, then I would have done this. Whether it's there on the streets of Jerusalem, or
Yeah, I mean
1941 in the Netherlands, right? It's like, oh,
it's
what
kind
would
of it's kind of like like poking fun at like people's ego, right? At like the human ego, basically, right? Where like what you're saying too, and like I thought about this too, right? Like yeah, like if you were to like a regular story, maybe like not like like kind of making fun, like poking fun at it. Like this one, it would be like some epic guy, or like I don't know, someone who like somehow like had a huge role in it, right? Or like like orchestrated half of like the events, or like had a huge influence, right? But like this is the complete like antithesis of that, right? Like a story like this, where like normally like even in historical fiction, right? Like when you read a historical fiction book, you have the like usually the person like even indirectly they have like oh wow like they actually like play a huge role, right? Like most of historical fiction I read, like even if it's not like maybe the hero or like like the main like like the direct influence in the story, it ends up like falling back onto them, like like for some reason or another. But here is just kind of making fun of that trope too.
Yeah, I don't know. On this one, guys, I was plodding through it. I was like, it didn't capture my attention really. But like, I mean, like I wasn't really raised religious, so I mean, like, yeah, like I mean, even the suffering of the guy, like I just couldn't sympathize with him. Um, yeah, I don't know. This one was not my favorite one.
So yeah, for the next one, like it's just like some it's like a fragment of like a journal from I don't even know where they'd found this or whatever, but I guess he just had like some miscellaneous, like in some ways it's almost kind of like uh yeah, I mean, like I guess it was just like something some guy had put down in his journal and then added later on to some book he had like called the Miscellanies. Sacred Architecture. His work includes Sacred Architecture and the Miscellanies. So I guess he was just like maybe just a journalist or something like that.
Wait, what's his story? What's the title? I
The
forgot.
Phantom Basket.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
like a guy recounting that some guy was laying in bed and saw this stuff. Now, as far as that stuff goes, like like was that guy actually just like a lucid dreamer, right? So he's in both the cases, right? He's laying in bed, and there's times you'll fall asleep and still have the sense you're in bed, but then start to dream about being in bed, but then weird shit happens, right?
Yeah, I mean, is it potentially that this happened? I mean, people see things. It's like the whole ghost thing. I mean, I don't believe in ghosts, right? I've never seen anything that would like lead me to believe that there are ghosts. So, I mean, yeah, it's kind of like an interesting story fragment, as you said, Zinc. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have much to say on this one.
I think what's amusing and maybe the reason they included it in this is just how matter of fact he is about it, right? It was a phantom, right? He's just recounting this thing, right? So I guess the point being that yeah, these people did believe that they saw phantoms, right?
No, for sure.
Yeah.
I picked up on that. I love that, like the tone, what you're saying, think like the tone is very like, yeah, it's like a journal, and like there is no, like, no one's freaking out, right? Like there is no like exaggeration, or like, like just kind of pointing at anything. It's just like so like factual, right? Like, I just laughed at that, like the way the tone and the way it's told, like it struck me as that. Like I'm like, I laughed at that. I mean, the story's really open, right? So I mean, they could be hallucinating or like tripping on some drugs or whatever, or like what you said, saying like maybe dreaming, or like like half dreaming, but like I just I really enjoy the tone of it, right? Where like normally you would have like even like the more like serious like horror stories, you have the characters kind of freaking out, right? Like kind of having a strong reaction. But here, like the very factual, that matter of fact tone, like it just made it really funny to me.
Well, and just even the way it's just kind of written down, like I think he said there was fruit in the basket. It was a phantom from himself, right? It's just like he's just like plotting down notes about this, right? It's just very flippant, right? It's like
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, it's so absurd, but yeah, what I said, the tone is so like, yeah, it's so like casual and factual that like, yeah, I definitely saw the humor. Like I chuckled a bit with that one.
so yeah, I don't know if there's anything else. So like I said, some of these I think are just like included just for kind of their like flippant, like humor or whatever.
Well, yeah, like a lot of these stories, they're just kind of like playing with like like established, like kind of narrative like mechanics, right? Where like what I said, like normally in many, I mean, we read Poe, we read Lovecraft, where like when anyone kind of sees something supernatural, they freak out, right? And it's like like even more like the effect is on the freak out more than the actual, like describing the supernatural thing, right? But this is like a complete opposite of that, right? Where like like no reaction, just like just like kind of listening like a fact, like a fact. I mean, it's so. I mean, me as having read a lot of like, yeah, supernatural stuff, like like it struck me as like super funny, right? Like it's just kind of like yeah, like flipping that mechanic of storytelling.
So I guess we can move on to the next one, the drowned giant.
So I mean,
Oh my God, my
this one I
favorite,
did like.
loved
Yeah,
it,
this was great. Yeah,
amazing.
agree. This one.
Eh,
Well, I'll let you go, Carlo. Go ahead.
no, you can go first. I'll continue.
So I mean, this one I really liked. The part that I like about it the most is, there's this giant. It washes up. There's a big spectacle, and then the people who gather. But then like the fishermen start walking on it, and then like more and more people start coming, and you know it just starts to lose its like specialness almost, of this like drowned giant that is washed up, and then it's just the decay of it, and it's like they're slowly taking pieces of the giant. um yeah, it's just very interesting. I mean, I looked at it in a lot of ways, like when a whale like washes up on shore and what happens to it, and it's like a big spectacle, right? But this is obviously like a human giant that washes up. um I love the way at the end of the story, it's like it's sort of like the narrator or like the journalist, like he's looking at it, and then he keeps seeing how like the corpse keeps changing, and then finally at the end, like I think it's what the rib cage or like something is like, you know the bones are like bleached in the sun. It's like at the like fishing wharf or something, like, and like everybody's life just kind of goes on after, this large mythical giant, like the Colossus of Rhodes, just washes up, right? um yeah, it's like it's a spectacle at first, people explore it, and then it's like it becomes not that special anymore, and they all kind of just go on with their lives. Yeah, I mean, I really like this one. Like, I'm sure Carlo can go into more depth. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'll just go. What I said, like I mentioned before, magic realism, right? Like taking like things that are like you kind of take for granted, and like the magic realists, they kind of pull beauty, or like pull like put on a different dimension, right? And like this, imagine like if this story was, because basically it's a story of a cadaver, right? It's a freaking cadaver, like a corpse, like like washed up somewhere, right? Like imagine if this wasn't a giant, right? Like if you just had a corpse, and like you were just looking at it, like kind of just rotting, and like it would be so like morbid and like macabre, right? Like because he goes so like in such a like explicit description of like like the body, and like the eyes kind of like this have this, they're kind of like glazed out, they have this film, and like if it wasn't for like like this like the giant having this like mythical like presence, and like the flavor that gives his story, it would be a morbid story. Like you're just gonna glorify a cadaver, and that's what he's doing, right? But the fact that like it's a giant, it completely changes the perspective, right? Like your perception, it's skewed right away. And like I love that, like man, he's just basically, it's like a little anatomy, like anatomy game, right? Where like he's this like describing like it's your own body. Like we have this like this human body, this the same, like basically the same layout, right? And we just take it for granted, right? Like we never think of our earlobes, or like our the shape of our biceps, or like I don't know, the shape of like our like sternum, whatever. And like he glorifies this in such an amazing way, right? We're like and having people, having like the kids playing on him, and like like going to the nostrils, and like going to the ears, like it just it amplifies like the like the yeah, like the sense of like like kind of like juxtaposing like your body to them. Like it's like your own body is like amplified, right? Like through like a magnifying glass, but also with like that hint of like, okay, like it's a giant, right? Like it's like a step above, right? Like in like existence, right? Like, and I just love what I said, like the description of like the nails, the description of like the all the muscles and the tendons, and like like the like how the nose, like if you were to see someone like that, like I feel like you wouldn't focus so much on like all of the physicality of it, and like and like for you to like process it like in such detail, and like like even all the textures, right? So this to me is like, I love it because it's magic realism, like 101, right? And like for someone who doesn't know it, like when it's hard to explain, you're like, no, read this story. And like something funny, this guy, J.G. Ballard, he writes sci-fi, and like he's, if you guys read his sci-fi, it's like crazy. Like he's so obsessed with tech, and like he was like one of the first, like that played with like a lot of like high concepts. So to see him go into something fundamental, and like to kind of play more with like yeah, like something so like something so basic as like our bodies, but like like he kind of like kind of drawing beauty out of it. Like I was floored by it, and I yeah, incredible. And like especially knowing this guy who like he plays with such complex like like concept when he writes. So like for him to like see him writing such a simplistic thing, like it was amazing. Yeah, to you, Zinc.
Sorry, say that again. What did you say?
No, just yeah, like your turn, I guess.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was just looking ahead, just as keeping track of what we were. So yeah, no, with this one, I mean, like I liked it. I mean, like yeah, I don't know if there was a whole lot of depth to it. I mean, it's obviously just kind of like yeah, the way, because like I think the kind of the significant part, right, is at the end when he said yeah that some people debate whether or not like they actually even saw the giant, right? Like the penis or whatever, right? It was like in a like a freak show or something. but they said it was a whale's or something like that, right? So I guess
Yeah.
the idea being that, yeah, at first it seemed sort of significant, but then people kind of forgot about it and didn't question it later on.
I think it also says something about like people are impressed by the scale of things. It's like, you know, it kind of reminds me. I don't know if you remember the beginning of the pandemic. There was like in Toronto, like Toronto Harbor, they had that big like Borat like blow up like of Borat when the new Borat movie came out, and it was like circulating on social media. It was like Borat lying down on like a big barge, and everybody was stopping to look at it, and like it was circulating on social media and stuff like that. I mean, when people generally stop when there's like the scale of something is big enough, right? It's like, I mean, I guess you could say the same thing about like the Grand Canyon and stuff like that. It's like it's just the scale of what you're looking at, and like people are kind of mesmerized by it. Um, but then I mean, let's flip it. Let's say the giant, because I kept thinking the giant was going to come back to life, right? Like it was just sort of lying there, and like eventually it would come back to life. But I mean, that really would have changed the story, right? I mean, you know then would the people have become fearful of the giant? You know what I mean? It's like, the fact that it just was a corpse and remained a corpse, it's like there was no threat, so everybody just sort of moved on with their like day-to-day existence, right?
Well, yeah, I just I love that, like, like it's kind of like playing with the idea of mortality, because like in many stories you have the opposite, right? Where like mortality is like something to be feared, and like like in many stories, like the characters don't like to be reminded about their mortality, and like it's a huge theme, or like like you have even like 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 funeral rites, or like like big like burials where like they really want to hide, like like, or like they want to dress up like the image of like the dead person, right? Of like, yeah, like a corpse, right? Like it's just something negative, or like like that people like don't usually like like kind of celebrate in that way. Where like in this, like it was amazing to like for me to see it like a, yeah, from a storytelling perspective, or like storytelling perspective. Usually it's the opposite, where like most often like you have like the image of a cadaver, like like it's like a bad omen, or like like if it's a dead person, like it's something to mourn, or like something to like that maybe like if they're going into an afterlife, like kind of like like have them like like prepare them as much as possible. But like here though, it's like it's like this is like everyone's having fun, and like everyone's celebrating, and like I love that, like like no one is like kind of dictating, like telling people what to do, like, oh, don't go on the giant, like do not go on the giant, or like it's like it's like it's so like spontaneous for everyone to like like go celebrate, and like they want to have contact with it, right? And like what I said, it's something that even when like in cultures where like you have a course, right? Like it's not, you're not gonna go touch it and like like kind of play with it, right? Like maybe they will revere the course, like what I said, like in some cultures, like it's like they go into the afterlife, and like it's like this very like ritualistic, and like like kind of like like a lot of like revering the dead person. But like here, it's like they kind of want to be part of it, and like like maybe like go into their nostrils, even like like I guess in like in another context would be like disrespectful to go play with like a dead person's like like nostrils, like build like a like a, they build this sand castle on like his chest, like it's just they're playing, right? It's like this like it's like a ride in like in an amusement park, right? It's like everyone just playing, like having fun. So it was a really interesting image to me, like that
But I
just
mean,
kind
it's the scale, right, Carlo? Like
yeah, the scale, yeah.
the scale. It's the scale of this corpse, right? I mean, it's like somewhat disarming, right? Like, I mean,
Exactly.
do you get the sense that if because I was waiting for the corpse to like revive itself somewhat. Like, did you get the sense that if the giant had come back to life, the tone would have been different. Everybody would have been fearful instead.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would defeat the purpose though, because I mean, I think
Yeah,
like
exactly. Yeah, fair enough.
it would be like it would be like like a twist that you've seen before, right? Where like, oh wow, like jump scare, like the dead thing like came back to life. But like this, it to me it's really like an idea. Define that idea. Like we have to either fear or like revere, like like a corpse, like a cadaver, like a dead, like a dead body, right? And like like the scale is really accentuating like that, right? It's like, oh no, it's really that, right? And like what I said, it's like a magnifying glass at a corpse, and like in any other context would be kind of morbid, right? For you to go into that, going into that depth, but like having the giant like separated, just by the scale, like it allows the author to like play so much with this. For like what I said, like and even me as a reader, like I feel like in any other context I would have been like grossed out. Even like what I said, like the description of like the eyes kind of being like like glazed over and having this like milky membrane, like that's kind of gross, right? And like it's like a like a dead person. I hate like to like think of someone's like consciousness kind of evaporating from their body, right? Like it's something I don't want to think about. But in here though, I was like, oh yeah, I'm enjoying it. Like I was like all the descriptions and like like how he glorifies, like, yeah, like the giant scale, like it's play with my own perspective, with my own perception, and like I have to give it to him to like like for me to be like on board with that, and like not even like not 1 millisecond like I was like like thinking like, oh my god, like this is wrong for me to like enjoying this like glorification of a cadaver. Like I was like, no, I was like completely on board. So yeah, kudos for his ability to like kind of like and try like entice you into that.
I mean, also, I get the sense that this is like quite a realistic way that people would react if a giant washed up. It's like it would be a spectacle at first, and like everybody would be talking about it, but then as it just like sort of laid there decomposing, and like the novelty wears off,
Yeah, well,
nobody
that
would
was
really
actually what I was gonna
care, right?
say. It's
Yeah,
the novelty. Yeah, I mean, once it's done, somebody actually has to like do something with it and deconstruct it. And especially like if no other giants show up, then after a while, it's sort of just like I guess that's the thing, right? The thing about his pizzle or whatever. Them saying it's just a whale thing, right? People might not have believed him originally, right? They bought it, think it's like, oh, it's a giant's whatever, and then later on people just aren't taking it seriously, so they actually decide to go with something more mundane. And I think that I know what it is. I think it's like the crown jewels of Norway or something like that has a unicorn horn, and they've tested it later on and it just turned out to be a narwhal tooth, right? So usually what it is that usually with relics in past days, they would take something mundane and say it was something more significant. But I think, yeah, with the way that people are skeptical these days, if you do have something like that, like people aren't going to take you seriously if you say you have, a giant's, penis. But if you say you have whales, then they'll believe that, right?
right. Yeah, yeah.
Like like it was funny that like he basically he got like dismembered, like like slowly. And like what I said, like like me, who I like gory movies, like like gory stories in books, and like I don't know how he did it, but like I feel like I was not affected by this. Like I was like, I just like like the fact that like he was describing it as this big event, and like like he was being like dismembered, like like progressively, like I was not like shocked or like like grossed out, or like even like too excited about the gore. Like I was like, oh wow, like it's he's so effective at like just gonna like sneaking all of this, right? And like yeah, kind of like it's funny because like it's like kind of dehumanizing, right? Like in a way, right? Because like yeah, if you have a corpse, you would like tie all these feelings to it, right? But like being on a different level, like this giant, like he can get away with like, yeah, having like dismember him. And like at some point, like he describes like he's like when they cut off his like thigh bones, like the femurs. He's like, oh, like like the hip sockets look like open door barn doors or something like it's like it's a weird way to like it's so detached from the actual humanity of the giant. I mean, if he's not a human really, but it's he's very human in many ways, right? So like that was interesting to me, right? For me to like having all this and like having the giant even like cut to pieces and like like it didn't touch me. I'm very sensitive usually to this stuff because I'm very empathetic, but like I felt nothing, so that was really interesting. And like yeah, what you said, things like even at the end, like he says like, oh yeah, like some of the bones, like some of the thigh bones were left on the beach, kind of like like 7 years later they were still like kind of kicking around and like no one cared, right? Like to me it's just, again, like to me it really goes back to that. Like I feel like the whole memento mori, like kind of your mortality, like we all are kind of reminded, and like we all like we're all apprehensive to it, like have a reaction. But like in this story, like it's so toned down, right? Like it's like, yeah, like seeing it through like this veil, right? Like at least to me, like I felt like so detached emotionally reading this that in any other story I would have been like like feel my empathy kicking in, or like I'm like, oh wow, like that's a person. But like with this, yeah, like it was so like narcotic in that way.
Yeah, I don't know if there's really much more. I mean, I guess. I mean, because this is what happens, of course, when like these big whales get beached, right? It's novel at first, but then eventually somebody has to clean it up, right? Because you can't just leave it there to rot.
Exactly. Well, it's funny that they do mention like he's like he starts smelling bad though. It's like, oh, like yeah, like the smell of putrefaction kind of like like keep people from going back. And I love that. Like it is though. I mean it is yeah, when the whales, or like you have like like dead critters kind of washing up on the shore. Like it's that people go see, and then they just kind of move on. So it was what I said. Like he's like playing with like lots of things that we take for granted, and like just like just using this like like magnifying glass approach to it. Like I don't know, like what I said, like to me, like that's what I love from magic realism, is like things that you kind of see every day and like you just kind of move on, right? But like the writers, like have a way of like kind of like bringing it to you and like pulling the beauty out of it. Yeah, like I was really like transfixed. And what I said, like just kind of changing my perception and like the way I react to things, like with this, like just really really amazing. Like it's so effective to me.
So I'm just giving it one last look before we move on. So, and of course we can always come back to this if we think of anything. So yeah, the next one, Enoch Soames.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, I
interesting
enjoyed
story.
this
Go
one.
ahead, Adrian.
Sorry, go ahead, Carlo. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Adrian. Go ahead. I'm driving. I'm
Okay.
almost home, so later you go.
So I really like this one. Again, the tortured artist. Nobody respects him. He makes a deal with the devil. Um, yeah, I just like this one. This one actually reminded me a lot of something like Poe would do, right?
Well, it's kind of like the Devil in the Manuscript too, right? A
Yeah,
little bit.
exactly. Yeah.
So
It's like,
did you guys read or listen
well, that
to
was Nathaniel Hawthorne, right?
Ursula
The
Le
Devil in
Guin's
the.
introduction on this one?
Yeah, I just read these, so
Okay, well, like as she had mentioned, so I guess with this one, interestingly enough, I guess on like what was it, whatever day, June 3rd, 1997. I guess people did actually get like I guess this story had somewhat of a following. So on June 3rd, 1997, people actually gathered in the British Museum to see if this would happen. Luckily, I didn't put the two and two together when she mentioned that. Like, I didn't understand what she meant by that in her introduction, and so only at the end of this story that I was like, "Oh, wait, that's That's what they were talking about in the introduction. I had no idea. Like it was just like a passing comment. Like I'd only like half listened just because it was the beginning of the audiobook, so I listened to it, but I didn't pay too much attention to it. But yeah, no, it's there was something else like this.
So I mean, a lot of this reminds me of, and like I mean, I don't know, I don't think you've read it, but Carlo, I believe you have Ayn Rand's The Fountainhead. So it's like the sort of like the rivalry between Howard Rourke and the other guy. I can't remember the other character's name.
No, I haven't read it, Adrian. I read
Oh,
Atlas. I
you
didn't read Fountainhead.
oh,
Yeah.
you haven't read Fountainhead?
No. Yeah, we had this conversation before. Yeah, I read
Oh,
Atlas. I didn't read
shit.
Fountainhead.
Right, right. Um, well, I mean, I'm not really spoiling it. Like, you know, there's like this rivalry between the main character Howard Rourke, who's an architect, but he does like Frank Lloyd Wright type of architecture, and then his rival is just like this mundane kind of guy, and the mundane guy gets ahead, but it's like, his work isn't really regarded, because he's too good, right? Like he's too far ahead that nobody really understands it, right? Like he's brilliant, but nobody understands it. In this, it's sort of the opposite to that. It's like, you know, Enoch Soames' work is like, well, it's not that good, and it's not really highly regarded. So it's sort of like a flip on that. It's like he thinks it's good, but it isn't. Um, and then it's like, I like the whole thing. Like maybe in like 50 years it'll be regarded. He gets transported to 1997, and it's still not regarded well, right? So it's like, but then it's like, the author has like empathy for Enoch Soames, um, just because like, he's just not getting any kind of success. Um, yeah, I enjoyed this one. It was interesting. Go ahead, Carlo.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm like shoveling snow because I have to park my car and there's a mountain of snow on my driveway. Um, no, this story, what you guys know, I studied literature, right? So like, this was really close to home for me because I met these kind of people, like people who like they're kind of they're kind of in it for their ego, and like they actually have like they have some talent, they have they have some passion, but like it's kind of eclipsed by their ego, right? So like let's say like they never take criticism, right? Like they never feel, I don't know if you guys know this saying, but like you know uh it's like good writers copy, great writers steal, right? So like these kind of people, they would never do that, right? Because like their ego won't let them, like let's say like like something that when I started writing, like I just didn't have a sense of structure, right? Like I'm like, how do people write short stories, or like like a chapter? So what I would do is like copy paste someone like short story, like right on top of that, right? And like let's say like I met someone in school that like I told them that, and they were like, oh my god, blasphemy, and they were like all like just kind of looking down on me, and I'm like, and this person was kind of like that, right? And I just met a bunch of people who were like a lot of like they kind of went into it, like into art, like just to like just feed their ego. It's like, and I can see it in this person here, where like like it's like, oh, like every other like, and even, oh my god, what's funny, like I mean, you guys know I live in Montreal, so like a lot of, I mean, half the people speak French here, and like you have a bunch of like people in literature who like just they kind of want to speak French, and they're not that good because like not everyone speaks perfect French, or like like just like standard French, but like they would do it just for like the kind of like the sophisticated kind of effect of it. Oh shit, I'm stuck. And like the guy here, like he's the same, right? Like he just kind of like like shoehorns French every time, like every chance he gets, and like it's not even necessary, or like yeah, and like he just his attitude like toward like even like writers of the time, like like being like just major like major talents, or like like influences, and like that attitude, like it's something that I've seen before, in what I've seen in school, where like people have like gigantic egos, and like they don't have like they cannot self criticism like capacity, or like like, and they do have talent, and they do have like they might have a passion for it, and they might be able to recognize like like good content, but they can never grow because like their ego is always there, right? So and like it's funny too, because like the guy in this story, like he just kind of dresses kind of like funny, right? Like he's kind of trying too hard to like seem like eccentric, right? And like I've seen that happening too in like my like lit like classes, like people just wearing weird shit, like wait, what, like, and that's just kind of like trying to show the world, oh well, look how artistic I am, like I'm wearing this like weird shirt, like in button or something, like or like weird, like just a weird hat, like I feel like if you're into art, like you don't have to, like, I mean, cool if you do, but like, I mean, be like a good artist first, and have an identity, right? Not just like serve like wearing like random stuff to like pretend like you're RC when you're just in your like first or second semester or something. Anyways, I could keep talking. I'm trying to park my car and I can't. I'm gonna let someone else speak, and then I'll continue when I'm home.
Zink, you want to weigh in or?
Oh yes. So I mean, I think it's the same with any of the arts, though. Like not just literature. You have this sort of affectation. Interestingly enough, this one reminded me, and I wonder if it's um, a while. There's a new anthology series from Guillermo del Toro on Netflix, and one of the episodes was called Pickman's Model. So when my brother was over a few weeks ago, we watched it, and I've read it. Pickman's Model. It's a story by Lovecraft, but they kind of like expanded on it, and it seemed to kind of have a bit of this in it. I don't know if maybe they were taking it from something else too, but it reminded me of that kind of, yeah, like of this weird rivalry, like Carlo was talking about. But I think what's interesting with this, yeah, is it's this whole kind of this hoax, right? He's writing it as himself, um, and even within it, he's like, oh, everybody's gonna think this is just a story I made up, right? And of course, that's what happens in this, right? Is that he comes back and it's like, oh, they don't even know I existed. They just think it's a story I made up about you. And he's like, oh, well, I promise I'll write it down, correct? Because he's supposed to be mostly like an essayist, right? So why would he write a short story? But um, but yeah, I need to recheck it because like they were saying something like in their prediction of like what people would be like wearing in the future. There, like what was it? It was something. He's like, oh, they like were wearing like numbers or something. I'm trying, but
Yeah,
it's just because
they were
funny
wearing
enough,
like kind of jumpsuits, like red jumpsuits with
yeah,
numbers on them, gray and yellow jumpsuits.
yeah. It's always curious, like with this idea of like the futurism of it. I'm trying to see if I can find that part. Because like he describes it. But yeah, greenish, grayish, yellowish, all dressed in Jaeger. I don't know what Jaeger is. I guess it's a jumpsuit. I had some reason. Many people there, usual sort of. What did they look like? They all looked very like one another. All dressed in Jaeger. Yes, I think so. Grayish, yellowish stuff. A sort of uniform with a number on it, perhaps a number on a large disc of metal sewn on the left sleeve. DKF 78.9, that sort of thing. So it's kind of like curious that, yeah, like this kind of like pseudo future thing where, yeah, they think everybody will just be like a number, because he's writing this, of course, in 1897, I think. And so it was curious that, yeah, but of course at that point people probably already had kind of, like kind of the most extreme form of bureaucracy, right, where things were given weird numbers and letters and stuff like that. But well, like and smelling rather strongly of carbolic, and all of them quite hairless. So it's curious to me, like what if yeah, I know that this is when futurism. When futurists kind of started writing about what the world will be like in 100 years, right? This is when you had like the World's Fair and stuff like that. But I guess yeah, like did they assumed that yeah, I guess if man had lost most of their hair because of whatever, then yeah, were people going to lose all their hair in the future or something like that? So yeah, I think this one's probably one of the most like you guys can go and like look it up and see like the yeah, I guess there was like a whole thing where like I guess actually it was like they didn't even plan on it. It was actually the reading room was supposed to be closed for renovation, but they were behind, so they're in 1997, so they it was still open, and supposedly somebody wandered through there, and they think it was like um Teller of Penn and Teller who might have wandered through there just to fulfill the thing or whatever. Do you have any other thoughts on this one, Adrian? I guess we lost Carlo.
We
You
have
guys,
two Adrians in here.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's just it's like what Carlo was saying. You know, he's met a lot of these kind of people. You know, and I've met them too. Um, but the thing is, it's like what I find interesting about Enoch is that what Carlo was saying, like some of these like eccentric art people, you know, they're more they actually do have some talent, but like Enoch does not, right? And that is like kind of the funny part about it, right? It's like he goes to the future and he's not well regarded because he just doesn't have the actual talent, right?
I'm curious if there's something extra there though. If it's not just that he's not talented, or if it's also just that sometimes some people get famous and other people don't get famous, and it's completely arbitrary why they get famous or don't get famous, right? Like I think this guy is supposed to be like the most kind of extreme one, but I mean, to a certain extent, we know that some people take on this affectation, and then they do get famous, right? Like I guess the best example, once again, I think I referenced it in other times. I can never remember the soup can guy, Warhol, right? Where like was this stuff even that good? No, but of course he put on the pretense of being, compelling, and so therefore people bought into it, right? And that's obviously what this guy is doing, right? He's putting on like a weird sort of affectations and pretense and everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting though that like you know the storyteller, he wants to make sure that he's not forgotten, and that's the story. That's how Enoch Soames shows up in the future. It's like in his story because like he sort of feels bad for him in the end, like just before he like ends up going with the devil. And like, I mean, what did you think about that ending part where he sees the devil in Paris and like the devil kind of like jeers at him, um and he like he's kind of like polite to the devil in a sense, like
Yeah, no, I'm trying to recheck that part. Yeah.
it's like it's right at the end.
like I almost wonder. Well, to a certain extent, like obviously, like you hit the one because I'm looking it up now, but yeah, because and he says it like this Max Beerbaum who wrote this, right? He was mostly he was an essayist, a parodist, and a caricaturist. Um, and so I'm very curious if it's sort of like his other personality, right? Like obviously, probably deep somewhere down, right? He probably had a bunch of poems that he knew weren't very good, and so this is probably kind of like a dark side of himself, right? Like that he knows that he's only good for jokes, but he's never going to write anything that's sort of serious, right? um and so you kind of see like Enoch Solms is kind of like, I guess, maybe like the way he imagines himself being if he tried to publish his poetry, right? That he would just be sort of ridiculous and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, that's actually kind of interesting to think about. Yeah, for sure.
It's funny. It's funny because like hey Zink, do you know Mordecai Rickler? It's this Montreal
Yeah.
famous writer. Anyway, so like this was a thing back then, right? Like many writers would just kind of write this autobiographical like stuff, and a lot of it was just weirdly enough just that though, like like basically like their everyday life, and they go to cafes and they discuss literature and all of this, and like and they would write about that. That was like it's like the like when you pick, let's say, yeah, Mordecai Richter, like a couple of his books is just basically that though, and even to certain extent that Leonard Cohen, right? Like he he has a couple of books that is just like him like in the scene, like in the like what's that called in English, man? I'm thinking in French. Um, yeah, like the red light district, like in Montreal, and I just kind of like they go around the cafes, the bars, and like it was like this kind of like writer community, but like yeah, they were kind of critical to one another, or like, but at the same time, yeah, like they were a community, so they would like like kind of like criticize themselves and like like discuss their stuff. Um, so it's funny because I see like I've seen it done what I said, like I read it by other authors, but like in this one, like he makes this fusion with like magic realism, right? Where like he incorporates the devil in there. So it's brilliant, like for me to see it, right? Because of what I said, like Mordecai Richter has a famous book called Barney's Version, which is basically this but a novel, right? Like this guy going around, like like talking to the writers and like comparing his writing to other writers, and like a bit of like their lives kind of like like intertwining with his, and like how that affects his creative process. So it's really funny for me to see it, because it it's regarded as like, yeah, it's like a whole like kind of subgenre in itself, right? Like the whole autobiographical, like wondering of like the, so to see it, to have like a like a uh, an element like the devil, like like mix into it. Like it's, I to me, it's just brilliant, right? Because yeah, I have it.
Didn't they make a like a video, like a movie of Barney's Version with like Paul Giamatti, Carlo?
Yeah, I haven't watched that. I'm really bad. What you guys, as you guys know, like I'm more of a reader than watching stuff. But yeah, there is a movie with with Paul Giamatti, yeah, which I haven't watched. If you guys have watched it, you can let me know. But the book is great. The book is like this, right? Like the whole like like writer community in Montreal, and like in the book, like well, I'm not gonna say too much about it, but like Barney, like the narrator is not too reliable for that reason. So you have to you kind of have to like compare like like reality with the actual Barney's version, right? So if you grew up in Montreal, like some historical events like stuff where you're like, wait a minute, that's not what happened, right? So anyways, but it's mostly that though, like really like a portrayal of like the writer's life in Montreal.
Yeah, I've seen the movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the movie.
And
It's like
does it show him like going to cafes and bars and like talking about writing and stuff, or like with his wife and stuff?
well, I think in the movie he's like a Montreal like film producer kind of thing.
Oh,
So they sort of modify it, and
oh, I
then he
guess,
has
yeah.
like he like cheats on his wife, and then he cheats on like his other wife, like
Yeah.
and then there's like, they think that he killed this one guy, but like um they can't find a body, but there was like a forest fire that happened, and like the planes that were coming by to like scoop up water from this lake to drop on the forest fire, it like picked up the body somehow and like moved it elsewhere. So is this somehow how it goes in the book, Carlo?
Yeah, a little bit, but like
Right.
yeah, like that kind of like that part with the body, that's just a small, kind of like part of the plot, because like what I say, it's mostly it revolves around him, like like kind of like this guy, right? Like we're like he's kind of like comparing his creative process with like other people, and like kind of his ego mixed in, right? That's like a big chunk of the book, though. And what I said, like he 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 as a writer, like he says like, well, writers are like liars, right? Like we lie for, like that's what we do, right? Like it's like glamorized like lies, right? And like in the book you have to kind of like what I said, like especially if you live in Montreal, like a lot of things are like you're like, wait, that's kind of true but not like this didn't happen this way, right? So it's kind of playing with you being an unreliable narrator, and like kind of like yeah, like warping, like distorting the truth a bit, and like yeah, that's anyways. But yeah, like that's probably the plot eventually. That's the second half of the book, like the kind of drama with his wives, and then like his friend who he has an argument, and like it's not clear if he actually killed him or not. So yeah, that's there.
I think they focus more on that stuff in the movie, right? It's not like his creative process, really.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
No,
it's like
what I said in the book is like it just this story made me think of it a lot, because he goes to like cafes, and then he eventually he goes to Paris, right? Like he goes to Paris to like yeah, like to like uh to kind of like be among like like kind of like higher level writers, and like like to kind of like what this guy is doing here, like like it's like he goes to places to read all that. It's like he's the whole like like bohemian style artist a little bit. And yeah, half the book is just him, like yeah, like really like exposing himself as a writer, and then the later like the second half is just he more dealing with his like his messed up life and his wives, and the like the relationship with a friend that like like disappears, and like it's ambiguous if it's him or not, like the culprit.
yeah. So Carlo, I think you were just parking your car when I talked about this one point. So it's like I get the sense that you were saying that like people that you went to school with and that would do like the eccentric like creative writer kind of thing, right? And you were like they had some talent. It's like I get the sense that Enoch does not have any talent, right? It's like
Is
you
it
know
at some point? At some point, wait, what's the guy's name? Um, Hang on. I'm gonna grab my e-reader. Max. Well, like it's the character in this story. Is it Max? Uh, uh,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
he
yeah, yeah,
writes it.
Beerbaum. It's Max, right? From like first person writing. Like yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Like at some point, like Max, like Beerbaum, it's reading, right? Like Enoch, and he's kind of like breaking it down for us, and he's saying, well, like this part, has like some assonance, and like he's playing with like a little bit with like the female rhymes and all this. Like he's just kind of breaking it out, and like I mean, it seems like he does not have talent, but like like he has potential kind of thing, and at some point, like uh, he also talks about like well, yeah, like like I feel like I would have maybe like be like I could write this in a different way. So I don't know, it's ambiguous. It's like he might have talent, but like what I said, like his ego is just kind of like
like stomping all over his talent. I mean, we have like little poems though, right? Like he's kind of writing, like they seem like trash though, like for what I read, like they don't seem good. But what I said, like when Max is like saying, well, like like this part here, where like he's kind of playing with like imagery here, and like it's kind of and like whenever he talks about his like uh Catholic diabolism, like like that's kind of like poignant and all that, like I don't know. Maybe Max is just like having too much empathy, but I think like he's kind of trying to say that he has potential, or it's just pity, right? Like, but like reading the poems, like it's just gonna like really corny, cheesy stuff. Like it's even for the time though.
So I mean, so Zink was saying that he thinks, is it that he has no talent, or is it that some people that do have talent, they just don't get to go anywhere? It's like,
Well,
um,
it's what I said, Adrian, and what I witnessed myself, right? Like people who do kind of have talent, but their ego, it gets in the way, and like what I said, like like in like especially like I mean, I just know, I mean, I don't know any other like media, right? But like for writing, like like you have like a big thing is like you kind of copying like copying other people's, like in order to find your style, I feel like your own voice, you have to kind of like really like immerse yourself in other writers, and like I know. I mean, most people who write, like they started what I'm saying, like they copy someone, right? Or like, oh yeah, like they like, I'm gonna rewrite this book, but like kind of having my own twist, but like they actually, like rip off, like rip someone off, right? Like, or like even in fantasy, like it's really normal to have like someone's like, well, this is just Tolkien, but like kind of like watered down, but like, and they still have success with their stuff, right? But what I've seen though is this
And of course, Tolkien ripped off, Norse
Beowulf,
mythology.
yeah, Beowulf.
Yeah.
But what I was saying is like, yeah, like their ego, like it doesn't let them do that, right? Like to them, it's like no, it has to come from me, and like like it's like whatever else is not good enough, right? And like I feel like they kind of sabotage like their own creative process with their ego. Like I feel like they never like expand, because like like they're too centered on themselves basically. So yeah, that's what I have to say.
So there's a self awareness here that I forgot about, right? Because he's saying that like, oh yeah, this guy just wrote, so this Soames guy didn't exist, but then he's like, obviously he didn't read to the end of my story, and he's like, somebody later on would have read it and realized that this event was coming up, because the thing is that Soames thinks he's forgotten, but actually what's happening there is that people are staring at him, and right, because they're waiting for it, right? The people are there to see him, right? Which is of course, like I said, what happened, because it's that kind of self-awareness, right? That he's writing about this thing that's going to take place in 100 years, and so people are going to be there on June 3rd. So Soames isn't forgotten, because it's just that this, why it was just one bad review, right? So that's the problem, is that he's not realizing that people are actually there to see him there in the future, right? Whereas he's going and he looks up all this crap, and yeah, he finds one bad review by one critic, right? So I think in some ways there is the point that um, that critics are critics, right? Whereas the critics can pan a work, but the average person who might have actually enjoyed something and been compelled by something, they're not going to actually go out and write a lengthy article about it, right? So obviously more people were interested in Soames and went there to show up, right? I guess that's somewhat the self-reflection that he's trying to purvey there too, right?
Yeah, I know
Convey.
for sure. And like like something like like the whole like argument of the critic versus the artist, right? Where like especially back then though, right? Like I feel like you like back then, for you to criticize, like it was like you were kind of like like shut down if you were to criticize a writer. It's like, well, no, like you don't write, or like like you don't paint, right? Like what do you know? Like I feel like that has changed a lot like recently, but like like in the past, right? Like I mean, especially back then, like um, with like the boom of the novel, like like it was a really like the critics, like were not like as accepted as now, and I think I think this is like a play on that, right? Where he's saying, like, no, you can be a critic, right? And you don't have to be, like the best writer. So I feel like this is what Beer Bomb here, like he himself is not, he's like a decent writer, right? He's not like spectacular, but like, like he can be the critic. And like I think something you said, think like he's gonna like using this guy as a foil, right? Like, okay, like what if like I know maybe I don't have like the talent for this, and like what if I were to just like like dump my whole life on this, like knowing it would be kind of futile, right? Like unsuccessful, like like and it's gonna using this character as a foil, like, and even like like maybe many people at the time were like, what I'm saying, like I would see this in like my program, right? Where like people are like, no, like they with this attitude, like you'll never be, like you'll never be maybe attain what you want, which is be successful, or like I don't know, gain like fame or like notoriety, like just with their attitude they had. So maybe this is just like a, yeah, like kind of like a poke at that, and kind of like showing us like like, well, listen, maybe if you don't have talent, like just move on, right? And like yeah, I find interesting like that he uses the kind of time travel, especially back then. He was very tied to like sci-fi, but like he uses, it's kind of more in the vein of Christmas Carol, where it's like more like a supernatural, like like esoterical time travel. Um, but that's really cool, because I feel like, and I think Enoch talks about it, right? He's like, well, like, what's the point of like you being like famous like posthumously or something, like where you can't really like like kind of bask in your fame, in your glory. Like I love that, right? Because it's a lot of like people who I know who like going to work, like um for the ego, or like that's what they, and like they're so desperate to put themselves out there, and like I don't know, I mean, nowadays like get likes or get clicks or something else, like, and I feel like that's all they obsess about. Like they're not even like like trying to like what I said, the way I see art personally, it's like when, I mean, you're kind of instinctual, like impulse to connect, and when you can't get that satisfied, like that's when you start trying to create those connections like through art, right? And like I feel like these people, it's so like they don't even want to like tap into that like deeper sense of connection. They just want, okay, like I want like immediate, like gratification, right? I want to be known, and like, yeah, like like people who like, I don't know, like kind of show their writing, their poetry to everyone. It's like, here, these are my poems. And like, it's like, no, like, it's like kind of go through the journey first, right? And if it takes a lifetime or like more, like, I mean, so be it, right? But like it's something that like, I mean, I'm no artist, but like I what I said, like I've seen the kind of opposite side of the coin, where like people go into this really for that, though, is really to like feed their ego. And like I think like, yeah, here like the author is gonna like, because I think we all have a little bit, though, like, like what I said, like I went into poetry like contests and all that, and like I won, and I was like, oh my god, like I was happy. And like whenever someone would like my poems, I mean, I never published under my name, right? Like I would use a pen name, but like when I would get likes, I'm like, oh cool. Like, I mean, I was like, I would go check, like my account, like to see how many likes I get, and like what people have to say, like the comments, like I would love to read it. Like it's kind of an ego thing, but like, I mean, it has to be a balance, right? Where if you just do it for that, like then it's not genuine, right? Or it's not, like the quality won't be the same. I think it's what like these guys kind of exposing here.
So I just want to tap into one part here that I found, noteworthy. So this right at the end of the story, it says, I was miserably aware as I passed the devil that I nodded and smiled at him, and my shame was deeper and hotter because he, if you please, stared straight at me with the utmost haughtiness. To be cut, deliberately cut by him, I was, I still am furious at having had that happen to me. I mean, I just got the sense, like, what kind of egoist is this guy? Okay, like his air quotes
Well, like I said,
friend,
I
his
think that's the
friend,
joke.
his friend has just been taken, like to eternal damnation by the devil. He sees the devil. and now he's thinking I'm cut by the devil because of like the devil's haughtiness at me, you know, where Enoch is now living eternal damnation in hell, you know, and he's thinking about himself like at this time, like yeah, I just found that interesting.
Well, I think like I said, I think that's why, to some extent, Enoch Soames is himself kind of like is a parody of of a version of himself. Now, the other thing that's interesting is this whole idea of the deal with the devil, right? Because usually you do the deal with the devil to make you famous, but of course he's doing the deal with the devil to see if he ever becomes, famous. But of course the devil sets it up in such a way. Of course, I think the big question here is if he hadn't made the deal with the devil and if he'd stayed alive, would he have attained fame? Right? He was too impatient to want to know if his stuff was, because I mean there's lots of
Well,
artists
too too
and
too too,
writers
too
who
impatient,
flop initially.
and I find his ego is so big. Like he thinks like eventually he'll make it, right? Like he's convinced. That's why he doesn't even want like any like a leg up on his like on his art. Like he's so convinced. Like eventually like, oh yeah, I just want corroboration, right? I don't want any help.
No, he admits that like later on he like when he's having the conversation, it's like like he admits it's like no, I do want right. So he is coming out and admitting, and I think that's kind of what it's about. Is it's you know being an artist, right? Because these days, like you were talking about, how like yeah, people can like things, but even back then, right? Like there's plenty of I mean, I'm certain this guy probably knew about Poe and his history, right? Poe was not particularly famous in his lifetime, right? A lot of authors, do mediocrely in their own lifetime, and then are found much later on. But it's this sort of idea that you just have to do it and have sort of blind faith in it, right? and
Yeah,
and if you try to jump that blind faith, then in this case he jumps over it and doesn't just continue to produce and write. He sells his soul to find out if he's famous or not, and he actually is somewhat famous. Like it mentions there, people are waiting there to see him, but he doesn't. He's too caught up in you know I guess yeah in the reviews by other people.
yeah, but like, is he famous? Is he famous later? It's not the quality of his work though. It's more like the like the kind of like the situation of like he like
But retroactively, does he become famous, right? Because people, right? Because in there, we're supposed to believe that people were standing around to wait and come and see him, right? And now they do see him. So later on, people do look up and find, the books by Enoch Soames, and then it becomes this like, famous sort of, thing after the fact. And like I said, it's always strange to me. Some people just arbitrarily choose. It's the opposite, right? So like, we were talking about Jack Vance, Carlo, and there's a lot of reviews about him where people were saying it's like if he had some sort of foreign name or something like that, people would have appreciated him more. But since he had just a name like Jack Vance, people were rather dismissive with his work, right? It's just like
yeah,
he's
and
just he's just
I'm
a
guilty.
fantasy author.
I'm guilty. Just he had such a normie, like generic name that like I would say
Yeah, no,
his
he sounds like a Pulp Fiction writer, right? He sounds like
yeah, and
L. Ron
I would say his
Hubbard type
books.
crap.
I would say his books, and like, I'm like, oh, and you know what? It doesn't help though that like when you actually like with these stories, right? Like we talked about him, it's the language, it's like the kind of playfulness, right? Like, but when you just read like a blurb, like a synopsis, it's like, oh well, this is just some generic fantasy, right? Like it doesn't seem anything. Like it's like, oh, and like especially me, like I read like I told you, I was saying like I read the Vampire D. I read like Gene Wolfe. Like I'm like my head is like, oh my god, I read this like a million times. Like well, yeah, George R. R. Martin has an anthology on this. It's like a huge book that I'm like, okay, like more Dine stuff, Dine Earth stuff, whatever, right? Like I didn't even knew he was like basically like the main basically like the kind of like the person who like pushed the genre up, right? That made it famous, right? And he's so amazing. But like you're right, like just the name and kind of like the fact that to this point fantasy has been so like overcooked, like like it's like you would never expect to have something original from back then. Right?
Sorry, L. Ron Hubbard, Dianetics. Like, I mean, I had to laugh at that comment, Zink.
Well, but I mean, what he was one
Yeah.
of these like dime store novelists, right? That's what he did.
Right,
He got,
right.
and he even talks about it, right? He got, he actually, like, if you read about him, what he did was he would write, because at that time they were getting paid per word pretty much, right? So the more you wrote, the more you got paid. And this was like 40s, 50s. He's pretty much contemporaneous with Vance, right? And so what he actually did was he would buy butcher paper and then feed that into his typewriter so that he could just type and then just tear it off when he wanted to, right? That way he wouldn't have to, like, put in a new sheet every time. He could just type, 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 rip it off, type, type, what I mean? And just kind of roll up all the sheets just whenever he wanted to, right? Because that's sort of the period that they were writing in. And of course, the
Yeah.
joke there being that, later on, supposedly there's a story, and of course, Harlan Ellison is half of what he says you can't really trust, but supposedly, like, yeah, and Harlan Ellison was relatively young at the time, but yeah, he was there, and it was a bunch of writers who got together, right? Just kind of a bunch of people in the room, and they were all like, with L. Ron Hubbard, and they were joking like, "Oh man, what you should do is just make a religion. That's where the money is, right? Not in writing. If you write a book like the Bible, that's how you make money." And so supposedly, like, they were all just sitting there like half drunk and high and whatever else, just throwing shit out there like the you know the 737s with jet wings, with jets on them and all that stuff. And supposedly he was just over there, supposedly just studiously taking notes, and that's pretty much what So yeah, he just pretty much workshopped it to these guys. They just, like, drunkenly made it all up, and then he later on plopped it down and made that into Scientology. So
And
who knows?
hence,
It very well could be.
Dianetics was born, right?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Because that's the thing. Like, I mean, nothing that L. Ron Hubbard wrote was any good, right? Battlefield Earth was, pure crap. Um, Except, it ranks high on bestsellers because what they found is that the Scientologists would go and buy it and then sell it back, and so, like, they would just buy it and sell it back, buy it and sell it back, so that it looked like it was selling well and stuff like that later on.
And I assume the book is only superseded in its badness by the movie starring John Travolta, right?
I can imagine. I mean, who knows? Like, I mean, I just doubt it's very good. Because yeah, that movie is awful, but it sounds like it's fairly sort of
Yeah.
typical, sort of mundane. Like, and there's nothing else that he writes that yeah, he was just one of these guys who pumps the stuff out. But I mean, and that's sort of the problem, is that you have these guys who did just pump stuff out because, of course, you get paid by the pound. Um, Whereas, yeah, there's other writers, like, and so that's sort of the cruelty of writers of that period, is that, yeah, like, was everything they wrote good? Probably not, but that's because they were writing just to make sales and stuff like that, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, Zink. Did you get a chance to see the Mythic Quest season 2?
No, I still need to finish that, but I know what you're talking about with the guy
F.
who
Murray
writes for, yeah.
Abram character. Yeah. They've actually just released season 3 as well. So
Yeah, no,
on.
I need to watch that, because I think that's actually the episode I was supposed to watch next, was the one about him. I never got around to it because I started watching it last year, and then I got busy with a bunch of stuff, and then
Right.
one of these days.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else about this one that we want to cover.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, at least for right now, like, I think that last line, like you said, I think it's almost kind of like, is the devil trying to taunt him, like, make him insecure into that, now thinking like, wait, will I be famous, right? Why does the devil think that he's better than me, right? Like, it sort of makes me wonder, right? Like, and of course he's doing it in sort of a joking way, right? Kind of smearing his own name, where he thinks his stuff is so good, but maybe it really isn't too, right?
Well, no, I don't get that sense. I just get the sense that he is like an egoist in his own right, More so than Enoch was.
Well, as I'm saying,
Because, yeah,
that's the joke, is that he says all this stuff about him. Now the devil snubbed him, and so the question is the devil playing him, right, the same way, right, in his own insecurity, right?
Yeah, that's what I got. Like, I mean, like, the idea like the devil is kind of like kind of gravitating around him. It's kind of exposing his own ego, right? And like, it more like it's like, hey, the devil's a reminder for like kind of like, okay, don't forget like why you write in the first place, right? Like there is always like that breaking point where like like the like your art can kind of consume you for like like the like fame, like you're kind of longing for fame versus like versus like the actual art. But like yeah, that image though, like the devil's kind of like hanging around him. It's like it's like is he the next, is the devil like just that's hunting like the writers who just go for the ego, and is he next?
so Carlo, I just have a question. It's sort of aside to this. Like, how many people do you figure globally are like pursuing writing and are like looking to be like the next Stephen King or like J.K. Rowling or like Diablo Cody or J.R.R. Martin? Like just a rough estimate. Like, would you say it's a lot of people that you know go into writing and they think that they're really going to make it?
uh uh I don't know, but like I'm telling you, like at least half, like I started at Concordia writing, and like at least half my class had this mentality where like it's like, oh yeah, and like they just had this talk of fame, and I'm like, I'm just I'm wired differently, right? Like me, I feel like you have to earn things. Like you can just even that talk is like, oh yeah, this is what I'm gonna do with my money and all this, so I'm gonna live here. Like I'm like, no, like do the work first, and maybe like like speculate later. I mean, there's nothing wrong with like hoping, but like I don't know, they have weird attitudes. So and that was like I don't know, like maybe well, I mean, like at the first semester, it's like a lot of people. It's kind of like a sieve, right? People get like sifted out, and like it's a big filter for like the people who actually want to pursue it. But like yeah, I know a lot of people just have like, I mean, and like just a bunch of people have like the kind of the wrong like notion of like like what's to be famous, right? Like I mean, I think just Hollywood sells this idea that like, oh yeah, like if you kind of have the the right attitude, if you're good looking, whatever, you'll make it, right? But like I feel like especially with writing, like I mean you either have to like really like just kind of like do a lot of like just spend a lot of time and energy into it, or you can be like a really like like smart businessman, right? Like kind of Brandon Sanderson, who like this guy writes, like he writes for what people want to read, right? And like he does research, and like like he's very engaged with his audience, but he's more like a business person, right? Like he's like, okay, what do you guys want to read? Like I'll write it, I mean, with my own style and that, but like
Sorry,
like he
who
just
is this? Who is this, Carlo? What's his name?
it's a guy from Utah. He's a Mormon, and like he's one of the most famous fantasy writers nowadays. His name is
Oh
Brandon
wait,
Sanderson.
yeah, the guy who finished whatchamacallit,
Huh?
Wheel of Time after what's his name
Exactly.
died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. After Robert Jordan. Yeah, the guy who finished Wheel of Time, and like these guys are very smart men, right? And like what I said, like I mean, he can write, but like he doesn't have like an amazing style. He doesn't have like, you know, this is one of those people, like an artist who like has kind of very little talent, but like they're extremely dedicated, and they kind of know the mechanics of like like the business. So like this guy he
They
writes in a
know
very
what sell. They know
exactly,
what
and like
sells.
no,
Yeah.
but even his writing though, like if you read him, like his writing is very utilitarian, and like like a lot of like clunky stuff, and like like the dialogue is doesn't flow, but like he knows what sell, and like he knows what like let's say like when you read his books, like in every time period, right? Like let's say what was kind of hip in the 2000s, right? Like his books are embody that, right? Like so he's very like clever at like finding out what people want to read at what moment, and like like even kind of using like like let's say like the kind of society vibe that's happening at the time, and like I mean, he's just really good at like reading kind of media and like predicting, right? Like what would be a success, and like, I have to give it to him. Like when I say he doesn't, his style is very utilitarian. Like he's kind of like like kind of just to write for the sake of like churning books, but like he can tell like what would be like a success, and like he can basically like cobble different things from like other authors and like make it like kind of remix it into stories that like are just kind of like easy to read, right? It's like kind of very kind of fast food reading, but like he sells, man. He sells his stuff, and like I have to give it to him. And like something else though that to me this is new, right? Like that idea of like a writer kind of being like we're reading like at swing two birds, like the kind of writer being in his room and like being in his own head, right? Uh, Whereas like you have something like this guy who's like extremely engaged with his audience, and like he talks to them like like every time like he like publishes a manuscript, like he sends copies to some of his fans. He has like a lot of alpha beta readers who like like are his kind of his base. So he knows how to do this, man. Like it's like he doesn't write alone.
He's the
He
Taylor
writes with his
Swift
audience.
of
Yeah,
writing, basically, right?
yeah, but like I mean, we're talking fantasy, right? But like I have to say, like his stories are engaging, like and like what I said, like especially like with the time, right? Like okay, let's say when he published one of his most famous books called Mistborn, like kind of having a really hard like magic system was like the thing at the time, right? And he nails it, like he makes it so good, and like like and what I said, it's kind of utilitarian, but like in the end, like he has a good like product, right? So yeah. Um, so like what I'm telling you, like you either have to have like extreme talent, like to be a writer, or you can just be like read your like your audience and like really approach it as a product, right? Like as a business. And if you do it that way, you can have like lots of success. And what I said, like I actually personally I find this guy doesn't have too much talent. Like I mean, he's okay. Like he's good at kind of creating magic systems, right? Like I have to give it to him. But like his style is meh. Like like his characters are kind of meh. Like he doesn't have much depth in the end, but it's still very entertaining. And like if you see people on planes or like like on the bus, you see them reading Brandon Sanderson. It's like, oh my god, like it's everywhere, right? Like I mean, this guy, he makes his mind this way, right? And
So
I would say it's not like kind of 50 Shades of Grey. That is complete trash, right? Like I mean, this is like it's destroying your brain. Like this is not that. So there are some good things, right? And like there are some morals. Like he's like a decent writer. It's just not like I feel like if he wasn't such a good businessman, like he wouldn't have as much success, right? Like a big part of it is him just selling his stuff, right? Go ahead.
before I forget, and it's like sort of switching gears here. I'd like to make two recommendations for the book group, and I don't know if you've read this, Carlo or Zink. It's called Demon by Daniel Suarez and Freedom by Daniel Suarez. Have you guys read either of those?
I haven't.
Oh, you have. What did you
I
think?
haven't. I haven't.
Oh, you haven't.
No, I haven't either actually. It's funny.
Have,
I have a paper copy of Demon, I think, and I never got to it. I got like an advanced reader copy, and I never got to it.
so
Wait,
I mean, it might be
go ahead.
something that would be up. It's sci-fi, so I don't know, Zink. I don't know if it's something you might want to add to the book group. Um, so Demon came out in 2006. I don't know. Does it interest you at all, or are you familiar with it in any way?
No, I haven't heard.
Can you break it down a bit for us to have an idea?
So essentially, there's this like video game programmer, and he like kind of programs like an AI of himself. So then he dies, but like you know, and it's the demon, right? So like anybody that is or Damon, you know, anybody that's
Okay, so
familiar with
it's like kind of
computers,
it's like Ghost in the Shell kind of thing.
in a sense, yes, it's sort of like the Puppet Master from Ghost in the Shell, the anime version of Ghost in the Shell, not the Scarlett Johansson
Ugh, don't talk about that movie.
Ghost in the Shell.
Ugh,
Yeah, I know they totally changed it. It was terrible.
awful. Anyway,
Like
keep
the
going.
visuals were like the same, but like yeah, they're
Oh,
just
fuck
the
that
fact
movie.
that the fact that the Puppet Master wasn't even in the movie was just
Ugh,
totally stupid.
it's so
But
dumb.
anyway, yeah. So Demon, it's sort of like the Demon is like this AI created by this like video game programmer,
Wait, so
and like
let me just ask one more time to be clear. It's just kind of like Ghost in the Machine story, right?
a little bit
You,
like it covers a lot
you
of
know what
things
this
like
is, right? That Ghost in the Machine is like a kind of like a subgenre where you have like Ghost in the Shell, you have like an AI basically like you kind of roaming around like the web basically, or like like roaming around the like a consciousness, like on the loose on the internet, right?
yeah, pretty much like I
Okay.
mean yeah, that's like I won't get too much into it, but it's like um and then the demon starts like controlling a whole bunch of other things and stuff like that. You know, it might be, I don't know, it might be something interesting that we add
Yo,
to this.
you don't have to sell me on sci-fi, like anything. I'm not even that picky. Sci-fi. I love sci-fi because you can talk about it for like days. It's always so interesting to me. But I mean, I don't know
Yeah.
what's the cap that we have for the length on the book club for novels, right? Like, not sure how long this is.
Yeah, well, we're playing with that. We'll see, I guess. Because I put out like the ones we'll be doing next, and I guess based on that, we can then decide what we want to do next after those ones.
Yeah, fair enough. I just wanted to
Yeah,
add
and
that
I'll look it
just
up
so.
and I'll see if there's books on tape of these.
Yeah,
Hey,
just before I
Adrian,
forget.
Adrian, but is it like a whole series, or can you read one book and like kind of be satisfied, or like kind of like break
So
it there, or you have to read more than one book?
so Demon and Freedom are like the set of two of them, right? So you have to read both
Okay, it's
pretty
yeah,
much. Yeah.
duology.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, like, I'm not sure how you guys feel about that, like having more than one book for. I guess we can break it down like one each. I don't know. I'd be down to read anything, to be honest. Like, I'm actually the one who like suggested novels for that first. But I think he's right. Like, it's kind of hard to even to kind of keep it consistent as it is. And like, let's say if we had a book for this week, I would have like like crashed out. Like I was so busy. Like, to be honest, like. I'm glad it was like short stories, but like I was so busy. I'm still busy this week though. Like in last week, like yeah, we have like I don't know, like a 500-page novel. Like yeah, I don't know how much.
Friday we have a very short book that Wogpog suggested.
Wait, you
It's
said the
Being There.
oh, okay, no, I thought it was the what's it Behold the Pale. Which one's the one that you recommend?
Oh
Is
well,
it
yeah,
nonfiction?
that's like the daddy like of conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I
Behold
thought
the Pale Horse by William
yeah,
Cooper.
I thought it was that one. Anyway.
No, Being There. There's actually a movie with because I think the book came out in like the 60s, early 70s, and then they made an adaptation of it with Peter Sellers in the 70s too.
I
And
don't know.
I think the
Is it
audio book is narrated by Dustin Hoffman, isn't it?
Yeah,
is this just like straight up fiction, or what is it?
yeah, it's fiction. Being
Okay, yeah,
There.
that's why I don't know this. Yeah, I'm usually the speculative guy. Like novels, I'm not too. Actually, you know what's funny? I don't think I like. It's very rare that I read an actual novel. Like I read anything has to be like either speculative, like magic realism or something. Like I never read like straight up like like realism.
I think it's sort of absurdist though. I think that's the thing. Yeah, it's a satirical sort of that's like the one place I do well because usually I do speculative too, but I guess the exception I make is to absurdism, right? Because it those tend to be not realistic, right? Because something like sort of because I mean like the premise of it is just like there's like this gardener and people think he's like really profound, and so like he becomes like he gets like hired like hired to like give advice to the government, right? Even though like and all he says is just like these really kind of like plithy like actually I'd heard of it several different ways, like somebody was joking about it, right? And I think it's vaguely if you guys ever like because actually you guys brought it up, like I'd heard of it several times, just and then Wogpog suggested it, but before he did the Barat movie, got a lot of static there, Carla. I don't know if your microphone's rubbing against something or something, but
Yeah, I think it is.
but what was it? There was the Ali G movie, and that was the premise of the Ali G movie, right? He's just like a wannabe gangster, and then he accidentally gets grabbed as like and like run as like a liberal MP there in Britain, and so he's just like saying really stupid things, and then he just like keeps getting like elevated in office and stuff like that. I think that was one place that I kind of got exposed to this being there. So it's sort of like absurd like that.
Not so absurd these days, right? I mean, Trudeau, right? So I mean,
well, I mean, it's making the fun of the fact that people like to overread into something that somebody says, right? So this is just like a guy who's a gardener. He's almost like I don't think he's like retarded, but it's the idea that he's kind of like like a like a savant, right? Like all he does is think about gardening, and so they ask him something, and then he says something really kind of like whatever, and then they kind of overread into it, right? They take out of it what they want to take out of it. So but
right?
I think the audiobook with Dustin Hoffman, it's like right under 3 hours. So that's what we'll be doing Friday.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the audio book of this one. Yeah.
Wait, so are there more stories, or are we done?
Yeah, no, I was gonna say. So the next story
I forgot.
was The Tale of the Sphinx by Ambrose Bierce. Which I don't know if you guys are familiar with Ambrose Bierce's stuff or.
I'm not.
No, I'm not either.
He's actually kind of a famous weird fiction author from the late 19th century in the U.S. He has a really famous one called An Occurrence at Owl Creek. You haven't seen that one, Carlo?
No.
Okay, it's a famous one. Like it's about this Civil War soldier, and he's about to get hung or whatever, and so like he like I'm not gonna like go into it, but you guys should read. It's a famous one. Like the one like actual kind of course I took on writing. It was like it was a screenplay writing class of like adapting short fiction into a short screenplay, and actually that was one of the examples they had in that class. So that's why I'm somewhat familiar with it. But so like this story, I think it's once again it's kind of like a tongue-in-cheek one, right? So. I mean, I think the point here is right. Like, so the dog's arguing with his tail. That he's like, why do you give away all this stuff? You should be like the Sphinx's tail. Then he points out, well, the Sphinx's tail is covered in 149 tons of sand, and it's also made of stone, right? So I think it's probably just something about like unrealistic expectations, right?
Yeah, this is more like a prose poem in a sense, like one of the other ones that one of the really short ones previously. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get the humor behind it. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't too impressed with this one.
Well, once again, I think it's sort of just like a joke with a point, right? It's obviously that people want to control things in life more than they can, but then it's like, well, and it might even just be something about posterity, right? Like, you know, it's, you know, people always wonder like, oh, the Sphinx didn't have to deal with this. It's like, well, the Sphinx never existed, and then also it's just a statue, right? And you know, reality is far different than whatever.
Than fiction or like, yeah.
Fiction or even history, right? Like history doesn't have all the sort of gritty details, I guess, in some ways, right? Like things are sort of frozen in history, and you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. This one, I was like, okay. I mean, I guess it's interesting because it's a dog talking to his own tail, and it's like kind of absurd that a dog has that type of cognitive function to be able to, you know, think in those terms. So, I mean, yeah, I don't
My
know.
guess is
I mean,
it's probably something like, you know, like people always wanting to like emulate like, you know, classical, you know, oh, you know, the classical, you know, you know, heroes of Rome and Greece. It's like, oh, you know, they, you know, because you just, you know, they seem, you know, very, you know, in control of things, but it's like, well, you don't really know anything, right? They're just kind of like frozen in history with a few snippets and here and there, right? But you don't know the day to day of it all.
right. I mean, I don't think any dog knows the day to day of anything really except wake up, eat, run around, and then, you know, do that 3 times or however many times, shit, and go to sleep, right? I mean, you know, so I mean, the absurdest part is that, like, a dog, that's what, that's what I got from it, you know, like, I mean, yeah, I don't know, like, yeah. I don't know what Carlo's thoughts are on this one.
No, I think saying pretty much like he said what I had in mind basically, which is like that, like, you know, like we just have this kind of romanticized, you know, like kind of like notion of like of like history, and like, you know, like I kind of had a kind of similar thought process where like, yeah, like it feels like in retrospect, like, you know, we think oh yeah, like, you know, like especially, yeah, especially with the classical, right, like the Greeks and the Romans, the Egyptians, like, you know, they had it just, you know, like they were like at the pinnacle of their, you know, like their existence, but you know, like in the end it's just like, you know, like another, you know, another civilization that just went by, right, in the sense of time. So it's like, I don't know, I feel like I got that sense of like romanticizing, you know, like, or like what if this Sphinx, maybe, like, what do we know, right? What if the Sphinx was like, I don't know, like it's not, you know, like it didn't mean that much, so maybe it was just one thing for like one particular, you know, like a group of people, and like, you know, like it was never like like we're overreading kind of the meaning. I don't know. I think that's there, like that, like um yeah, the kind of romanticization of like historical things.
Does anybody know how long it's like presumed that it took for the construction of the Sphinx?
Oh, so then there you're getting into some weird. No, no, and there's a lot of course, yeah. There's a lot of I mean, you know, the ancient aliens and stuff like, because there's yeah, like they really don't know, because like there's the argument that the Sphinx was you know, because there's no real way of dating the Sphinx, right? Because there's like a lot of damage around it, and it's carved out of the rock there. There's some, you know, of course, the mainstream, and of course, you know, like I said, I'm an old school, you know, well, you know, alternative theories. I don't know if it's so much conspiracy, but you know, is that, yeah, they built the Sphinx, you know, at the time that they built the pyramids, but there's arguments that the Sphinx might actually be older than the pyramids, and that they built the pyramids near the Sphinx because the Sphinx is actually carved out of the bedrock, right? It wasn't dragged there. It was a rock that was there and then carved, at least as far, you know.
Right.
So
So
yeah,
so I mean so I mean, but like surely somebody has done like a mathematical analysis of like, if you had like a labor force of what, like a million slaves, like humans, to, and like I guess like architects and artists and planners, right, to do this with the tools that they had. There must be an estimate on how long the construction of the Sphinx took, right?
I mean, I'm sure there's mainstream ones, but I don't put much stock in them because they really don't know. That is to say, I put as much stock into what the mainstream scientists say as to what the more fringy elements say. Um,
So I mean, suppose we were to make that today with a similar type of tool set that they had. Um, like how long would it take? Like I mean, how long did Mount Rushmore take for them to? And I mean, they were using power tools too to carve that out. So like I'm just thinking like ancient Egypt, you have the pharaohs, they have like almost an unlimited workforce of slaves, like millions of people working. Um, aside from the ancient aliens theory, where they brought like better tech, I mean, just roughly how long would it take humans with like
well, the main thing is we
tool?
don't know how they would have carved that. I guess. I mean, there's some speculation because maybe they know how other statues were carved, but I mean, it's just like Mount Rushmore. Like if say if say we had some sort of post-apocalyptic thing and people lost the history of Mount Rushmore, would they assume that people carved that by hand and then be asking the same question, right? Would they know that it was blasted mostly with dynamite, right? And then maybe chiseled a bit here and there with like jackhammers and stuff. So with the Sphinx, right, like because then you have to wonder like, yeah, did they start in miniature, right? Did they carve it out in a smaller form and then make it larger? um And then did they work on it consistently, or did they even, right? Because it took like, I know like whenever you like how long did it build to take to build, like the Cathedral of Notre Dame, right? Like 200 years, but of course there were starts and stops because of wars and stuff like that. So, and was just one guy working from a plan? Like it's 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 almost impossible to speculate like, yeah, how many man hours it would take, because yeah, like it really just comes down to the skill. And yeah, if it was like,
Right.
because of course, like I
Um,
said, there's some of the theories are just even, and they're slightly fringy. Was that it wasn't even right, because like somewhat the head on it looks a little bit, whatever. There's theories that it was originally just a straight up lion that was carved, and then later recarved into a man's face, right? So that's
right.
what some of the theories are, right? And of course, yeah, like there's damage around the base that like some people say, oh, it must have been water, and so for that much water, was like, was it this carved at a time, you know, because I think, what is it, like the Sahara Desert didn't exist until about 10,000 years ago, right?
Right.
And so there's some questions like, oh, was this done, because then I'm trying to remember. I know that the beginning of the Old Kingdom, I want to say, is about 4,000 BC. I'm not sure. Or am I thinking the Bible? No, 3,000 BC. And so,
Right. Yeah, I was just curious, like, you know, what the conventional, I mean, yeah, the ancient aliens theory is like they came with better tech and like assembled it and stuff like that. Tech that we don't even have today. Like, anti-gravity tech to move the blocks in place and like laser cutting tools and stuff like that. Um, but I'm just curious. Like, I was just curious if anyone knew, how long it would
I
take
would actually say that
humans,
there's
right?
probably no like real conventional thing for it, because like, even now, right, even in the last 20 years, the conventional opinions on how some of these things have been built have changed, right? The usual argument is that it wasn't really done with slave labor. It was skilled artisans and stuff like that, right?
But I mean, you would still need some like slaves to like do some of the grunt work, right? Like, I mean,
Well,
in it,
no, not really. I mean, the real question is whether or not there was even. I mean, arguably, ancient Egypt was a feudal society, right? There was no real. There might have been like slaves, like in the sense that some people were like really confined, but like the average person was mostly a serf, right? But to some extent, they suppose that there was points at which during certain seasons after because the reason Egypt exists is because essentially every year the Nile floods and it brings in sediment from the jungles of deeper Africa, and so they don't really have to fertilize. Right, they pretty much just had to irrigate it for it to flood their fields and then plant the wheat, and then for a long while after that they just had time to do other things. So there's the thoughts that people were used on other sort of public works
right?
and so the question is, was anybody really actually free, right? I mean, it was probably largely a feudal society. And this is what I often bring up when I talk about the techno-feudalism and the way things can go. Feudalism actually, and Egypt was extremely stable, and stability dictates that, if you're a farmer, your father's right? It pretty much implies a sort of feudal society, right?
So, in terms of the techno feudalism, I mean, could you say we're pretty much there right now?
Not yet.
Like on the precipice? Like, I mean, like where along, and like, would you even notice it if you were actually in it, right?
No, well, that's the thing is, at first it seems like a choice. It's like, oh, I want to do this thing, and then at some point, these things just go to sort of fixed in there, right?
Right, right.
It's
It's kind of interesting.
there's still
Um,
some sense
yeah,
of social mobility, right? That's the main thing with feudalism is there is no social mobility, right?
right. Yeah,
And then of course that's even reflected in like physical mobility, right? In feudal societies, people don't move around a whole lot unless for something major like a war or something like that,
right, right,
or somebody a king or something wants to build a new city and so grabs a whole bunch of people and moves them to a new location to build a city. Like that was the advantage that Egypt had, is that pretty much the entire population was at the disposal of the pharaoh, right? So if the pharaoh wanted to do something, he had the entire population.
right. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Um, so sorry to take you off on that little
No, I mean,
Egyptology thing out the
yeah, well,
chinks, but like,
it's another topic that I'm
yeah, yeah,
like, actually, like last year, there's it's called the Great Courses Plus, and now it's called Wondrium. And like like I watched like there was like several, like it was the same guy, like just like several like multiple multi-hour long things on the history of Egypt. And I've always had a weird fascination. Well, it comes back to the Mormonism. They have some weird thoughts on certain papyruses that Joseph Smith found, which I won't go into here. But yeah,
right, right, okay.
so
Anything else on this, the tale of the Sphinx?
I don't think so. I
Right?
think, like I said, I think it's kind of like a, once again, it's a point punchline, right? It's
Yeah, yeah,
just so yeah. I guess the next one. So I'll start off with the squid in its own. This one had me confused because this anthology was originally published in 1940, but I guess later on they revised it in like 1965, 1976. And then it was then translated in 1988 or redone. And so I was confused with this one because I didn't realize that this one must have been added later on, because in the squid and his ink, right, they're talking about atomic bombs. And so when I was originally listening to this, I'm like, wait, did they have any notion of an atomic bomb in the I mean, like high in I mean, because we know the Nazis were trying to work on, right? So high-end physicists had the idea of an atomic bomb, but I don't even think they called it like an atomic bomb at that time. So that's why. So through part of the story, I was like vaguely confused. I'm like, oh, was this just translated differently, or did they have a notion of that in 1940? But yeah, it was actually written like or published 1964. So this was obviously a later edition. So yeah, this one I got kind of confused in it, and so I kind of like got lost part of the way through it. So I don't know if you guys had any thoughts on this one.
So I actually quite enjoyed this one. Yeah, it's like so the Don Juan character, it sort of reminded me of Canticle of Leibowitz when they're like, finding all these documents like Don Juan, he doesn't do anything, but all of a sudden he wants all these books and he's only borrowing them for a period of time. Then he gives them back. Then he moves to newspapers and stuff like that. Um, and then it's like, oh, he's actually like an alien, or like he's from another world, and like, um, which is like the resolution of it. Um, yeah, I can see why you got confused. I found myself going back over certain parts in this. Um, but yeah, it's like, I mean, if you want absurdist, I guess this really is it, because I was not expecting the payoff that he's from another world type of thing. Um, yeah, like, and just the way that the story was building, but then like the ending, it sort of falls flat, but it's almost like it works that the very end of the story kind of falls flat. It's like they just finally they know what he's doing, what it's about, and they're not interested anymore, because like, I mean, the teacher is constantly going back and forth, and he's like, what's he doing with these documents? He's never read anything before. Like, why does he want this stuff? um and like he's not getting any answers from his student who's taking the books over there. um and then that whole thing with the sprinkler, and it's like it allows him to breathe better or something, like, that's why he needed it. um this one's definitely a bizarre one. And like, yeah, yeah, it's like, I don't know, that shift where it's like, oh, he's from another world, but they're all at the bar, but because they kind of have an answer to their question, it's like they're satiated, and like, that's it. Like, I mean, I don't know, but what do you guys think?
I'm just kind of re-reviewing it again.
Yeah.
Did you have any thoughts, Carla?
Yeah, I said I listened to his stories to like the last 3 or 4, and yeah, this one just got me really confused. Honestly, I was doing something else. I was busy, so I don't know, like when like like the kind of like, yeah, like the ending with the like these guys from like, it's like an alien or something. I was like, wait, what? Like I don't know. I wasn't following it too, and like there are just like so many names in here that like I was having trouble following it. Um, yeah, I will have to reread this one, to be honest, to have like a better opinion. Um,
In all honesty, me too. It was a bit just like uh, it wasn't bad, but yeah, it was a bit like contrived throughout most of it. So it was just like difficult to follow, I guess, right?
yeah, especially me
Yeah.
listening. Like I feel like when I read, like I'm really good at like focusing, but like if I'm listening, like I get, because when I read, right, like it's something I don't understand, I kind of just go back and reread, or like I kind of take my eyes off it and like think about it, about whatever, right? But if I'm listening and I'm busy, like I'm just gonna okay, like whatever that happened, like I don't have time to think about it. Just keep listening. So yeah, I didn't have time to break this out in my head. But I don't know you guys, but like I just there's a lot of names though. Like there's like so many
Yeah.
characters and kind of characters that like just kind of mentioned there. Like they have no like no function there. I don't know. And like I don't know. There's like they got some of someone's who and like there is like the assistant of someone else. I don't know. It's like wait what? Like I just had trouble like following it. I'm sure if I were to read it like from on like just read it itself, not listen to it, maybe I would have a better like a understanding. But to
So
me and
I did read it, and yeah,
oh
I'm
you
with you
did?
guys. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
So
okay.
I follow it. It's like, so what I get from it is that the teacher, the school teacher, you know, um, he's just curious as to why Don Juan wants all these books. And I mean, they do mention that Don Juan and his mother are like upstanding citizens. They've never really sinned or done anything like that. Um, but like, you know, he just can't figure out. He's like, well, he never wanted books before. He's never bought a book in his life. Now he wants them. But he's only borrowing them for a short time, and everybody's obliging him for these books, which he returns. Um, just because he is such a good person, but you know, the student that is taking the books to him, to Don Juan at the hotel, you know, he's not really saying why he wants these books. Um, he comes like he's from another world, and like, they were talking about the nuclear war and like what's coming, and that's why somehow he wants these books to figure out, like what's going on. It's like everybody at the bar that's attached to the hotel. It's like they don't care. They're like they just wanted to know why he wanted it, and they've been given an answer, and they're satisfied. Um, I mean, that's what I got from it.
I was trying to sort it out like wait who's who and like whose godfather is who, and then I don't know. There is this line at some point that is like um I don't know, like they're talking about like well, I don't know. This is they say like something like yeah, like he's like an inhabitant from another world, and I was like wait what? And they say like yeah, like dude, don't freak out, it's just like a dimensional traveler or whatever. And I was like wait hold on, and yeah, like that's I feel like my understanding just came to a screeching halt there. Like I didn't feel the setup coming for that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Oh, you
It
agree? I don't know.
it
I
it,
just
it,
I don't think I read it.
it's all
I think I
over the
read it the
place.
right way.
Yeah, so it's like, so I think Don Juan dies because I'm just looking at the end here, and it's like, my student came back after an endless wait to inform us the catfish has died. We disbanded sadly. The bookseller came back with me. For some reason I don't fully understand.
Wait, but
His company
is
was.
the implication there that he was kind of sent to like kind of warn them about the atom bomb or no?
I
That's
I
something I think I remember I read.
I think so. Um,
Like I just get this idea. He's like this kind of like doom messiah, but no one's gonna take him in seriously. And he's been yeah, he's been sent. Like I don't know if it's like when I was listening to it, I'm like, wait, is this guy from the future or like is he from like a an alternate dimension? Like it didn't feel like
well, I mean,
he's just an
it says
alien
right
though.
here, we disbanded sadly. The bookseller came back with me. For some reason I don't fully understand. His company was a comfort to me. Opposite Las Margaritas, whilst the sprinkler monotonously watered the garden. I exclaimed, I blame our lack of curiosity, adding, looking absorbed at the constellations. How many Americas and infinite Terra Novas have we lost tonight? Um, Don Juan, he said Villarroel, preferred to live within the constraints of a limited man. I admire his courage. We too, we don't dare go in there. I said, it's late. It's late, he repeated. So it's like, it's what I get from it is, they're not really interested. Like the whole like first part of the story is, he's interested. Why does Don Juan want all of these books all of a sudden? What's going on? He's never taken an interest in books before, and it's just that curiosity. Then they find out this like crazy story that Don Juan is from, another planet, um, and he's just living within the constraints of a limited man on Earth. Um, and it's like
Yeah,
it's
but
late. It's late.
at some point though, I remember like they say like, oh, like we're gonna get blown up, right? But the bomb, like and like
Right.
one of the characters says like, I see no way out, no escape or something. He says like,
Well,
and so I feel like it's like this doom warning and like
well, they're just
what I said like, go ahead.
well, like I mean, the whole thing. It's like it's late. It's late. They're gonna part, then go their separate ways. The bookseller and the teacher, and like it's almost like they're not interested about it, even if it happens. It's like because I mean, he says in the very beginning that this story takes place in, um, a small town. It's like, well, not just a small town. I'm paraphrasing here, but he's like, it's like my actual block of like my street, where there's this hotel and stuff like that. So I mean, it's like very like small town, um, atmosphere, and he's only worried about why he wants the books, um, but he's not worried about this like nuclear war or like what's happening. And then I think at the end there they're thinking, oh, what's going on the other planets? How many of their civilizations are being killed, um, by discovering like nuclear secrets? I mean, I'm interpreting here as well. And then he's like, oh well,
Yeah, but like that part actually was confused too. Like so many civilizations as if like kind of like rose and fell in the past of our planet, or like kind of like parallel like Earths. Like what exactly does that mean though?
well, I mean, the way I look at it is, it's like
It's like
they're
the
like
multiverse kind of thing.
they're
Like
sort of like
I don't
projecting
understand
like,
that.
are there other Earths out there, like planets like ours, where
Okay, yeah. So I
destruction
did
is
get that right.
happening, um,
Yeah, okay.
and then it's like, oh, it's too late, it's too late, and then they just part ways because ultimately they're uninterested. Like, they're
I don't
uninterested.
know.
That's what I got. Sorry.
There's two things here. I'm still trying to reread it to see if there's something more subtle here, and I'm having a hard time. Either A, they misunderstood it, right, because like he forced the boy to say something, the boy misunderstood something, and so they're just getting riled up about nothing. I'm still trying to exactly understand here. Or B, if there really is a squid in there, and I guess Don Juan has decided to let it die. I think he's implying that Don Juan would rather let it die than like challenge his religious belief. I guess is maybe what it's saying. Like, Don Juan doesn't like his position to be challenged. He'd rather the world blew up than have salvation come from someone else. It's a way of loving humanity, reluctance of the unknown. So he, or maybe it's not just purely human, but like it's that they don't, if human beings can't save themselves, then it's better that we end, right? Not that we need to be saved, like pretty much like some sort of extinct animal, right? Because there are some animals that should just go extinct, right? That people often, you know, and so there's some question that, yeah, if it takes something external to save humanity, then is it worth saving? I guess is maybe the implication there, right?
But don't you get the sense of apathy from the residents there that, they were all excited as to why Don Juan wants all of these books and newspapers, but then when they find out that, to some degree, I guess he's seeking information, all of a sudden.
No, it was
it's
the
sort of
alien.
like-
The alien was speed reading him, right?
Oh, right, okay.
So that's what was going on
But
there.
is the alien Don Juan?
No, it's something that he has in his whatever, and then he consults the mother.
His yard. Yeah, so
Yeah.
something in his yard, and that's what at some point they're trying to like break into his
Right.
house and go see it.
Right, I thought Don Juan was the alien. That's what.
No, yeah.
No. Okay.
And then Don Juan preferred to live within the constraints of a limited man. I admire his courage. We too don't even dare to go in there.
But then the kid said, "Oh, the catfish is dead," so I guess the alien has died.
Well, yeah, because they turned back on the sprinklers, right? So, like, I guess something like Don Juan was supposed to consult his mother and what her opinion was, and so the fact that they turned the sprinklers back on in the yard means they're no longer keeping it alive.
Anyways,
Yeah, it was a weird one.
I'm glad you guys found this story confusing because I was like, I just thought because I was really busy while I listened to it, I'm like, wait, hold on, I did not get this story, but I guess it's not that clear what's going on.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're just like tossing a lot of different names at us, and
Exactly, that's what I said. Remember, like that was really confusing to me, and like especially like what I said, like when I read, like I mean, when I read anything, I don't like to miss like details some of that, right? So like if you throw at me like a dozen names, I want to know, okay, what, like who is this? Like like I'm really bad at like when like like yeah any stories or TV show where like they have a lot of like plotting, even like Game of Thrones, right? Game of Thrones has all these characters that end up going nowhere. That would drive me crazy. I'm like, wait, like I just spent like like I read half a book on this character, and like his arc goes nowhere, and and like my brain would always try to kind of tie it up to something else, and my brain wouldn't be able to say like, okay, no, like whatever, the characters don't, like move on, right? I couldn't. I was like, okay, no, they're gonna come back, or like, okay, no, they die because of this or that, and like I feel like Game of Thrones had that, where like they would just like kind of like kill a character's arc and like just like dismiss it completely. So like that idea of like just putting stuff into a story that does like has like zero relevance, like I just it's hard for me to roll with that. I mean, because this story could use like 10 less characters and like gonna be more focused.
Unless ambiguity is the intention, right? Just to be confusing, like on purpose.
so I'll have to go back through to decide. Like, in some ways, like I said, yeah, I was confused, and then later on I found out because the guy who wrote this one, Bioy Casares, he was the guy who like originally helped compile this with Borges, but this story was obviously written 22 years after the original one was, or at least it was collected 22. So like it was obviously, and so I sort of debate if this one was like, yeah, like if it wasn't just included because he was his friend, and then also like because I'm not quite sure if how much, like this one, it seems like I said, I was at least I was first surprised, like, wait, this was written like before 1940 and talking about the atom bomb, and then later on I found, oh, it seems very sort of topical and very typical. Like it's the whole, there was a movie from like 1956, The Day the Earth Stood Still, right? It's the one where like the alien comes down, he's got the big robot with him, and it's an extremely boring movie. I tried to watch it once, but it was extremely topical at the time, right? Because the aliens are coming down to tell them like, oh, you guys have nuclear weapons now and you guys are going to destroy. So it's just, I mean, like I said, what's kind of interesting here is what the moral of this is, right? Like the way that he's saying that, like that it's better. Like I'm not sure if he's saying that Don Juan is killing this alien because he doesn't want to disrupt his religious beliefs, or if it's like I said, it's if human beings can't save themselves, then are they worth saving, right? There's
Right.
Actually, it was during the convoy. What I was mostly listening to when I wasn't on Spaces or whatever with the convoy stuff was a series of novels. Um, it's called the Uplift series. It's like 6 of them. It's like a long series, mostly written in the 80s and early 90s. But the premise of that series is that essentially, like, yeah, human beings come in contact with other intelligent races, and pretty much every other intelligent species was uplifted, which is like, I think, I don't know if this book originated the term, but in science fiction, right, it's pretty much like if we tried to make dogs and cats more intelligent, right, through selective breeding and stuff like that, right? It's artificial, right? It's kind of making um, non-intelligent creatures intelligent, right? By an artificial process, right? It's one species uplifting another species, right? And so the premise in this story is that, yeah, like that every other known race in the universe was uplifted by another one, and going way back to, like, supposedly the
Wait,
first
wait, wait, wait,
progenitors.
wait. Hold on. This story or the books you read?
The books I read, the
The series.
uplift,
Okay, okay,
the
okay, okay.
uplift,
You're.
right?
I was
And
confused.
so, like,
Yeah.
that's the question, right? Like, so, and one of the themes dealt with in there is that some races are actually somewhat what's the word, what's bitter about having been uplifted, right? It's the whole idea of the Garden of Eden, right? They were kind of forced out of, pre-sentience and their own sort of evolutionary course, right? Because a lot of the times when they uplift a species, it's at pre-sentience, right? So it's like chimpanzees, right, where they're almost sentient but maybe not quite, and so then so like every species like that, so some of them are actually almost bitter about having been forced to evolve and stuff like that, and of course then the race that's uplifting them has a certain amount of latitude on how it wants to guide it, and can force certain sort of constraints on them or abilities that maybe wasn't really what that race would have normally developed. And
Yo,
so
have you played Mass Effect? This is kind of plugged for Mass Effect.
I think Mass Effect was somewhat based off these uplift stories.
Oh, dang, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. No, uplift. Yeah, I think the first one was like Sundiver from, I think, 1982. Not the first one, but the second one actually run like on Heaven, like on something, like I forget what it's called. The second book in the series, um, actually won the Hugo.
I'm interested in this. Is it like, is the tech outdated or does it still
No,
hold?
I think it still holds. Actually, the guy who wrote it was a NASA scientist, David Brin. He also wrote The Postman, which I'm sure you guys have seen that movie.
Oh yeah, that's him. Oh dang, yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna warn you. Now it's old school, but it's. I wouldn't say it's woke. He has a little bit of political correctness, I guess you'd say, in the '80s. It's not bad, but there's a little bit of it there. But for the most part, yeah. Like, but yeah. So I mean, it's mostly fairly, it's no more obnoxious than Star Trek, I guess is what I'm saying, right? Star Trek's
No,
always been a
because
little.
I love this concept, right? Of like, yeah, like hang on.
Are you there?
Yeah, my bad. I had to sneeze. No,
Oh, yeah, no problem.
I just love that idea. Especially like, kind of like, yeah, the Mass Effect plot where you have this like ancient, like race that like, like they're kind of like the progenitors of like, like intelligence in the universe, and like this idea they've been going around like seeding worlds, so that I mean like I don't think that's actually a possibility, but like as fiction though, like I really like to read that stuff, so like uh this series would be really cool to
Yeah.
try, because because I read other stuff like this, and like it ends up being super woke. This woman, Elizabeth Bear, has a series like this. It's called Dust, and
Yeah.
it's super woke. That like I couldn't finish it. I'm like, fuck this woke. Um,
Like I said, this one has a little bit, but it's the old kind of, like I said, Star Trek was always a little bit wokey, right? Where, yeah, like it's like, just those kind of, yeah, but like, yeah, because there's 6 books altogether. The second book it actually won the Hugo and Locus and Nebula award.
So guys, quick question. So we're doing that China Mayville,
Yeah, well,
Mayville, uh, city and a city. That's not woke, is it? Like, is there?
No,
it's not
it's not
woke. It's a little
woke.
leftist. I mean, he's not. I mean, these days he's probably woke, but I mean, like I said, he's an old school like punk, like British, punk type guy, right? So I know he has like slightly leftist opinions, but it's not like not the wokeness we've seen in the
No,
last.
he's very leftist, and he's not woke. And like, like actually like George Orwell, like like Orwell was actually like a socialist, but he ended up criticizing like like socialism. Like this guy is kind of the same though. Like he is kind of a lefty, and like like he kind of like thinks of like like the socialism on paper as a good thing, but like he's very critical of like like just any like governments in general. And like you guys see with this novel though, like he's very critical of like power structures and like like governments in general. Like
I mean,
he
he's probably
goes
an anarchist, and the problem with anarchists is
he goes on both
like
sides.
because you have theoretical anarchists on the left, you have theoretical anarchists on the right, and whatever their theoretical basis is, at the end of the day, the result is the same, right? So yeah, he's probably more of like an anarchist.
I'm not
Right.
sure though. I'm not sure that this guy actually he's very like he knows a lot about politics. He has a PhD in like yeah, political science or something. Like he studied a lot, so I don't think he's just like anarchistic. He's just he makes me think of what I'm saying, like George Orwell, right? He was like an idealist socialist, and like he's like, okay, this could work, but then when he saw it for what it was, like, well, fuck this, like like just this is a good system on paper, but like people are so awful, they would always use it to their advantage, right? So, and like this is what I read with China, right? It was like just criticizing people, right? Like over, like they're misusing like like systems and stuff. But Adrian, definitely
Right.
not woke.
Okay, good. Because
Like
I was a bit nervous when you guys were talking about it previously, and like, now
no,
that
but
we're actually gonna cover it.
he's definitely a lefty though. Like I mean, you might have some lefty stuff in there, but what I said, like he usually
Right.
criticizes like both sides. So and like like to be honest, for example, right? Let's say like in Ireland, like Irish people who like like they live through like the censorship and like like that like pretty intense time. Like that was the right doing that, right? And it was rough for them, right? So like I mean, you have to think about like yeah, like whenever either the right or the left go to an extreme, like it sucks, right? For you to live under them. So like with that in mind, like I can see criticism to the right as well. Because I mean, I what I said, like I was brought up religious, and my family were very conservative, and it sucked, man. Like it really sucked to grow up like that. And like
Well, that's why I've always technically considered myself like libertarian, right? Because that's the thing. Like I was never fond of the conservatives.
well, me
Like because
neither.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Well,
I,
my
I mean,
family
yeah.
my family were very conservative, and like like I mean the whole ideology and like with religion, right? Like it's this kind of deterministic system, right? Like oh no, like no matter what you do, right? Like you're gonna have an afterlife, and like like just like whatever your failures, like whatever you'll be absolved, by God. Like I hate this idea. Or like I was talking to Adrian at some point where like it's like okay, like it's kind of all based on like fear, right? Like okay, like I have to check my morals because like God would punish me, right? And I hate this system. Like it's just dumb. Or like you said this thing where like conservatives, they don't want things to change, right? They just want oh no, let's keep like things as before because they used to work that way, right? We don't have to innovate too much. It's like we don't want to like pollute like like our ways, right? Like I don't agree with that either. Like I'm actually like at my core, I'm probably a leftist because I want things to change. It's just like what I said, like people in power are just corrupt and like like I was talking to Adrian too, like like mega cities and like like mega structures and like like bullet trains. Like once I started reading that, I'm like, oh no, this is great. Like like we're gonna have so much freedom, and like like it's just gonna like unload like all of
Well,
the
that's,
kind of
it comes down
menial.
to it comes down to natural, right? It's not forced change, right? There's just human
Exactly.
beings change things, right? And inevitably, right? But yeah, like
No,
because
but what I'm saying is like all these things, like all these things that on paper, like I feel like they would be good, and I have like like kind of like tech really like kind of giving us a leg up, and like what I said, like having mega cities and mega structures, like that would be awesome. But like these people just use it. They use all this tech to control us. So like like on paper is great, but like humans, basically what Canticle probably was saying though, like we're not ready for the tech, right? We're not ready to have like this kind of power, because like corrupt people will always use it to control everyone else, right?
but I mean that's because like what was it? It was actually it was actually the British artist that you'd posted that thing about the money laundering. Um, I forget his.
the Zelensky.
Yeah, no, it's that because there's what's his name, George Alexandropoulos. I can never say it's something Greek, right? The guy who like does a lot of the comics that are right wing, and then there's that guy. What is his name? Bob something. You know what I'm talking about? Like the Democracy Fund.
Yeah. I don't know his last name actually.
I know it's on here. What is it? It's Bob something.
That's Bob Moran, right? You mean?
Yeah, Bob Moran. That's what it was. A
Okay, yeah.
while back, he had like some comic, and where it's like it's like, oh, people like sitting in a nice little like small town, like no like for everything was buy local. And that's the problem, is that like it's the problem that some people are getting caught up in that, yeah, globalization and globalism are two different things, right? That is to say, I don't want to buy local because I can't, I mean, I can't get pineapples in Canada, right? Can't Pineapples do not grow in Canada. Bananas do not grow in Canada. Coconuts do not grow in Canada, right? But I do not want to live anywhere that can grow those things because I'll die um, of skin cancer, just overheating and exhaustion from the humidity. I don't know, but so that's the problem. Is like, yeah, some people almost have this idea that it's like, but of course that feeds it, right? That becomes that techno feudalism, right? Where people are almost so on one side you have something like Cyberpunk 2077, right? Where yeah, you can you know swap out all your body parts for machine body parts, or you have people living like pretty much like peasants. I would rather go into the unknown, right? Yeah, there's going to be problems, advancing, but it's progress, right? Human beings, like this idea that human beings can be just kept in a, you know, like that's the thing. We need to leave Earth, and we need to, colonize space, and
So
that's the problem on both the left and the right. Is there's some people who want to like, yeah, just keep it like status quo.
So that whole thing that you just talked about, Cyberpunk 2077, and you swap out body parts, you totally reminded me of the movie Repo Men with Jude Law and Forrest Whitaker.
Yo, that's a sick movie,
Easily
man.
the worst movie. What?
What?
Yeah, I'm saying it's the worst movie I've ever seen.
I've seen similar things,
The Repo Men, and it's like you have like these
but yeah, I never
organs,
saw that.
right?
But
It's so bad. It's just so bad.
Oh my
Seriously,
bad.
guys.
I was confusing it with Gattaca. Oh yeah.
No, not Gattaca. Repo Men. It's
Oh my
like
bad, yeah.
it's like basically you have these body parts, but if you can't make the payments, then Jude Law and Forrest Whitaker are repo men, and they like are there to kill you and take the part back, kind of thing.
it's kind of the opposite. But I
Uh,
mean, it reminds me it was Monty Python's Meaning of Life, the movie, right? And there's a part where like yeah, like a guy, he's like an organ donor, so they go and they just pretty much harvest all of his organs while he's still alive, right?
yeah. Oh man.
While the repo guy is like hitting on his wife.
Yeah. But yeah, like Repo Men the movie. Seriously, don't watch it. It is so bad.
No, I think I knew that. I never
it's
saw it.
just so bad.
The premise seemed interesting, but I could tell like that it was bad.
Yeah, it's really bad.
It's one of those things. I think it started like where you could tell it was a short, and then they like expanded it out, and it just was typical and stupid. But so I guess real quick.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say Guilty Eyes. That's the last one we have since you guys didn't finish anything you want.
Wait, sorry, what? We're supposed to leave the last story for next time, or
No.
is it
Yeah, no.
postponed,
Anything
or?
you want is the last story. The second to last story is Guilty Eyes. It's super short. It's the Arab one. A man bought a girl for the sum of 4,000 denarii. Looking at her one day, he burst into tears. The girl asked why he wept. He replied, "Your eyes are so beautiful that they make me forget to worship God." Later, when she was alone, the girl plucked out her eyes. "Why do you so disfigure yourself? You have devalued your own worth." She replied, "I would not wish any part of me to stop you worshiping God." That night, the man dreamed and heard a voice telling him, "The girl devalued herself in your eyes, but she increased her value in ours, and we have taken her from you." When he awoke, he found 4,000 denarii under his pillow. The girl was dead. So just a very basic sort of religious and obviously more Islamic morality tale.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure what to say about this one. Yeah, that I don't know. Carlo, any thoughts?
Not really. Like I thought this was like an introduction to the last story. I didn't know it was like its own thing, so I listened to it. Yeah, I didn't put too much thought into it. But it was just like a short intro to the last story.
So I don't know if the two of you want to cover the last story, and I'll just listen because I did not get to it.
Wait, no. We said I last story. I can't cover it. I didn't pay attention to it. I'll have to read it actually. Like I just listened to it like like with my brain or something else.
Right? Weren't you saying that you were struggling with it, Carlo, a bit? Like
Anything you want? Yeah, it was pretty confusing, but also what I'm telling you, I was actually like I was busy working and like I was just like kind of half I was listening to it and like I don't know at some point
We'll just add it on to the next one.
at some point I'm like wait what, like I mean it's not that long anyways, right?
It's hard to say at the ebook, but I'd say it's probably about 8 pages.
Yeah, we'll leave it for next time.
7 maybe, because technically 2 of them are half pages with the intro. So yeah, it's about 7-8 pages.
All right, fair enough. I'll cover it.
Yeah, I'll add it onto the other one.
Right. So Zink, you were saying that this you think is one of the more interesting ones.
Once he got into it, because like I had to listen to it like the first time, because he's like saying a bunch of like a bunch of locations in France and blah 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 blah. So like the first like little bit, it's a bit difficult, like because it's just a bunch of like he's essentially just in a shitty part of town. It takes 2 paragraphs to say he's in a shitty part of town, but then after that, like it's a bit more interesting. It obviously it falls into that 1890s decadent sort of literature.
All right. Have you guys started on the being there yet, or no?
Not yet. No, I was gonna do that tomorrow.
On the what?
Being there.
Oh no, definitely not. No, I could barely keep up with these ones, to be honest. Like I finished listening like this weekend I was busy too.
Like I said, I mean we can see. I mean it should just it's a 3-hour audiobook, so you should be. That's why.
No, it should be easy. I mean, like.
And I don't think it's like overly like literary. Like I think it's mostly straightforward, right? I think it's written by a Polish guy, so
I'm gonna tell you, for City in the City, oh my god, like I hope I have time to reread it, because like listening to that, I don't know, maybe I don't know. I actually read this a while ago, so maybe I'm a better listener now, like to audiobooks. But like I remember, I remember it being kind of, like I'm like, wait, like I have to like map things out when I was reading it like on paper, like the actual book. Like I have to do a little map of things, so I was getting confused. But like, no, I feel like I read more challenging things since then. Even some of China Miéville's stuff are like more hardcore, but like still, I mean, yeah, Embassy Town if you read it. But this is like definitely. I'll see how we fare listening. I might just read it if I have time though. And the thing, I assume you're just gonna listen to it. Like maybe
I'll
I'll
listen
have
to
to
it like
finish.
I said. I mean, I might listen to it once or twice. I mean, I think it's I can't remember how long it is. It's 10
Which
hours.
one? The City in the
It's
City.
10 hours.
Yeah, is that the one I'd put for next week? Is that what it is? Is that why you're saying that one? Because I put it for next week.
No, I just saw it somewhere on the
Yeah, I can't remember what order. Let's see.
upcoming.
What was the order of these? Yeah, so the Book of Fame being there. Oh no, what I had next Friday was Something Wicked This Way Comes.
Yeah.
Now,
So,
is that one that's probably better to read, the Ray Bradbury, or to listen?
I think it should be easy to listen to. Ray Bradbury tends to be fairly straightforward. Not that he's it's simple, but I mean, I think he tends to be more straightforward, right?
Yeah, and like his prose is just like like classic prose, nothing fancy,
I
nothing
found
crazy.
like when I download, cause like I downloaded an audiobook collection of all this stuff, and there was literally like 6 different copies of this one. So I was trying to compare to see which one I preferred.
Wait, you mean the narrator, the person who's reading?
Yeah, because like when I downloaded this, it was just like the one for like the I don't know when you downloaded the audiobook for what's his name. Oh no, I think sometimes when you download these audiobook collections, sometimes they will have multiple readings of them.
Yeah, they had like 3 or 4 readings of the same
Yeah.
novel,
This one
right?
had 6.
Yeah.
This one had like
Man.
5 or 6. And so like I was comparing them all, right? So I was listening, trying to decide which one, like without listening too deep into it, because they were wildly different in length too. Like one was as low as like just under like 7 hours and 56 minutes. Another one was up to 9 hours and 10 minutes. I think I might have actually chosen that longer one. I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember why. I think it was just like a combination of the audio quality and also like one guy's voice was like almost like too deep, right? Like it was like almost like too bassy, right? Like so.
Right.
But then another one was like lower quality and like seemed like it was older, like maybe like I'd add it. Well, I think it actually said this was originally like a book on tape, so it had like a lot of like kind of noise in the background. So like yeah, I was just trying to like figure out arbitrarily because like none of them were readers I recognized because once of course you listen to enough audiobooks, it's like oh yeah I know that like um, actually funny enough there's a British one who reads a lot of them. He read most of the Dune ones. His name's Simon Vance. There's a few other ones. Like after a while, like or like yeah, like Carla was talking about the guy who did the reading for the Dying Earths, and then the later ones, the Kugel books.
Did you guys cover the Kugel books? Did you
We
guys read them?
didn't. So like that was I was debating because like these ones I'm just still trying to see if anybody's going to join us because of course the Kugels can stand on their own without having read the Dying Earth, but
Right.
if you just want to jump on the Kugels, like I really love the Kugel books. They really are. Like I actually, after we finished the Dying Earth, I actually started partially listening to it again just because I love those ones so much. But yeah, but I worry that like, but eventually we'll see if anybody else joins it, and if not, then yeah, we'll probably do the Kugels here soon because I really do love those books.
It's funny. It's like people seem interested in joining, and then, they kind of like come in, but then like leave. You know. Like I mean, I was actually thinking of, inviting Haiku up to say something, but I thought she would have requested a mic and just come up because in the Gulag Book Club DMs, she seemed like excited about
I hope she didn't
getting
request while I
into it.
wasn't looking, because sometimes I'm not looking at the phone.
Right.
And sometimes, because there's a setting on iOS when you're hosting a room on iOS where you can say, add anybody who follows me. But sometimes, and sometimes I leave that on, but sometimes I've been leaving it off just because I don't want, people just popping up randomly sometimes when we're in the middle of it. So I don't think I saw her request, but I can't be 100% sure.
Right.
But yeah, there's a weird balance. Some people like they just either just like don't want to listen, or they don't want to talk about it. I'm not really sure why some people don't join in or whatever. But yeah, I don't know if you were there, Carlo. Like me and Adrian were talking about, like, at some point we probably will cover the Kugel books. Like I said, at least the next couple weeks. I'm still trying
Oh
to do
wow,
stuff.
that would be so much fun. I would just reread them like my third time because I read them and I listened to it. Like this guy Arthur Morey, I love him, like, and he's so good at reading it.
Yeah, and well, that's why we got on the topic, because I was talking about like how with these Something Wicked This Way Comes, like I didn't recognize any of the readers, because after you've listened to enough audiobooks, like if you see like a certain, there's even been books that I've listened to where I'm like, kind of not sure if I want to listen to that one, but I like the reader, so I'll listen to it, right? Like it almost it really is like a second level of things where it can kind of like actually it's the reason I never finished, I think it was the 4th Ring World series, because like the original Ring World series, like it was originally like, because like like I think they were recorded in the early 90s and they were all like audio cassettes, but I liked the way that the audio guy did it, like especially like there's like this kind of like they're almost kind of like cat like people, right? Kind of like almost like a kind of a feline type race. And like the one guy kind of like did it as a growl, but then like another guy who did the 4th book, because like I don't know, the third that guy didn't do the 4th book because the 4th book came out like in the 90s. He just made him like sound like kind of like retarded. I don't know, like I didn't like, and it really hurt like like the listening of the book. But yeah, no, the way that Maury does Kugel, it's like you can't even imagine him not.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Like he just injects so much life and like kind of like whimsy to it. Like I read it on paper, right? And like with him reading it, like it's much better. It's so much more entertaining. And like he just like he adds, like I don't know, like the way he enunciates some words, it's just like so good. Where like I'm like, oh wow, like that just he makes like some things funny actually that I just like kind of bland when I read it.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah, but like well, I mean, like of the guys who read, like there is Roy Dutres that like I like, he did Song of Ice and Fire. Like I like this guy a lot. I mean, anything that he does, like it's cool. There's Simon Preble, is it? Simon Preble too. Like he's really good as well. Like anything that he does, I'm like, oh, like I listen to some books that I'm like meh, but like because I'm so used to a narrator's voice, like it's just easy
well,
to
it's
get.
the chick who read The House on Mount Char, right? Um, like after I listened to that book, right, and I liked the way she did that reading. So I went and I listened to like a couple of actually mildly shitty fantasy or magical. I don't know, just because like I liked the way she narrated that one. So I just went and I downloaded some other ones that she narrated that weren't even particularly good.
Yeah, so for
Wait,
pretty much all of
think
these.
is it who is it? Is it Hilary Huber?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it Hilary
Yeah,
Huber?
Hilary Huber.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, she's great. Actually, I didn't listen to Mantra, like I read it, but like yeah, I know her from she reads some short stories for like this thing called Drabblecast, which is really great. Drabblecast, I bet.
Yeah. So yeah, like sometimes like the reader can make or break the book.
Yeah, the only one I sort of tried doing audiobook was the YouTube of 1984. Actually, no, it was the Spotify version of 1984. and then I just gave up and like went to the actual text. Yeah, I'm gonna try it with this being there, just the audio, right? To see if it makes a difference.
Wait, for what, Adrian?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. So Carlo, I'm gonna try doing the audio book for being there.
Okay, okay. Did you get a torrent? Like, how you gonna get it? Are you doing torrent?
I think it's like $5 on Apple iBooks, so I'm just gonna get it there. It's actually cheaper than the It's actually cheaper
The
than
ebook?
the like print the ebook. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Is it the Dustin Hoffman one, or is it just read by some? Oh,
Yeah, it's the
okay.
Dustin Hoffman one. Yeah, it's cheaper. The ebook is like $11.99.
Yeah, see, the funny thing is, I'm not sure if I'm gonna like that or not, because like oftentimes it's just like how actors can't necessarily be voice actors and vice versa, right? Like a reader, it's really a different sort of skill set, right?
Right.
And so I'm a little bit hesitant.
Wait, what?
Like
Oh,
usually,
like TV movie actors. So some of them are good though. Some of them are good, like audiobook readers. I mean, depends.
yeah, no, it's so that, but I'm just curious. So yeah, I don't know how good of of a of a reader Dustin Hoffman will be. Maybe he'll be fine. Maybe he'll do well. But yeah, I haven't. I actually.
So on Apple iBooks, I don't know if they're still offering it for free, but they had the H.G. Wells The Time Machine, and that was read by Kelsey Grammer. That was actually quite good.
Well, actually, the version of 1984 that I listened to, it was the version done by oh, what's his name? He was the last. He was like the Doctor. What's his name?
Doctor Who.
Yeah, Doctor Who. Uh, he was I'm finding it. Peter Capaldi. I couldn't think of names right now, but yeah, Peter Capaldi. That's the one I ended up choosing.
Oh, for 1984. Oh, damn.
Yeah, because yeah, like there was a few different copies, and yeah, there was one where he read it. Because there was one read by what's his name, Stephen Fry, but Stephen Fry, yeah, like he doesn't have the right voice for it, right? Because Stephen Fry's got a very sort of posh, sophisticated voice, whereas, well, Capaldi's actually Scottish, right? Well, I mean, obviously his name's Italian, but he's Scottish, so like, yeah, but he does it in kind of a more neutral, middle class accent, I guess.
Right.
Because obviously you don't see Winston Smith as a very posh sort of guy.
But I don't think anybody in 1984 is really that posh, right? Like, I mean, it's sort of like that's looked down upon almost. So.
Well, exactly. Well, like I said, so that's why like I just couldn't like. I listened to it for. I'm like, I know it's not gonna be good, but I'll listen to it for 5 seconds, and yeah, I listened to it. I was like, yeah, this isn't this. He's not the right reader for this.
So I'm gonna jump into something else here. So Carlo, where are you in Andor right now?
I just watched like an extra episode, like since the last time I talked to you. I think, yeah, they're kind of planning the heist, and
okay.
like, wait, what happens? Yeah, I think they are, like where the dam is, like they just kind of they signal the general dude who's helping them, who's an infiltrator. They just signaled him with like a fire torch, just made this fire signal, and that's the episode ended there.
Nice. So
Wait, how is it slow? You say so. What? Like I'm super interested. Like at any
I'm super
point.
interested.
I mean, there is. It's building up to something though. It's a high, so we
Yeah,
know it's
yeah,
happening.
definitely.
So it's a lot of tension actually. Like, and like like at any point, like because the whole crew is like so volatile. Like at any point, I'm thinking, oh my god, like when are they gonna turn on him, right? So I was like on the edge of my seat. I was never bored or anything. Like, and it happens, right? Like,
No, I wasn't bored either. It's just like just the pace kind of slowed down. But yeah, you're right. I wasn't bored
I,
either.
I mean, you know, like when the pace slow, but like it's building up to something that you know it's coming. Like, to me, that's tension, right? Like, if you don't know what's coming,
Yeah.
let's say in Mandalorian, right? In the Mandalorian, where like he just kind of wandering around like aimless. That I found boring, right? Because he's just kind of going from planet to planet. Like the kind of main arc like kicks in later in season one, but like the
Right.
first episode, like what? He's just kind of going around, right? Like, okay, where is he going? Like, there is no taking bomb. Like, it's like, okay, like they're looking for him, but like, you know, like it's not like imminent danger, right? Like, and like he's such a badass too, like whatever, like he can dispatch anyone. So I was bored with that. And I'm like, okay, why is he here? Like, okay, like why is he here? Like, there's not like an underlying, like, you know, like the ticking bomb element, right? Whereas here, like you have
Right.
like, yeah, they have to do this by this time. They have 2 days, and like, you know, like on top of that, you have like, well, they're kind of risking their lives. It's such a high tension thing, and like they don't even trust one another, and you have a complete stranger like with them. Like it was so tense to me that I was like on the edge of my seat the whole time. So yeah, not slow to me. I mean, slow in the sense that there is no explosions happening, nothing crazy, but like there is so much tension there. Like I would to me, that's like even, you know, even more tense than having a lot of action going.
Yeah. Yeah. I take it back actually. Because I actually watched it in September. But now they've released new episodes. You know, after the one that you're gonna get to. So that's how they were releasing the series. It was like they did like I don't know like 7 in September, and now they're doing the rest right now in
Oh
November.
wait,
So
but is it the same season or a new one? Like season 2 now?
I think it's like the part 2 of season 1. I'm not sure actually,
Okay.
but I know that they disjointed it. It was like it came out September, and then like there was a break like in October, and then they're continuing it now. So like I've actually last night I watched one of the episodes. You know, post. Well, I don't want to say too much because you haven't seen it, but yeah, I'm not going to say anything because like you haven't seen it, right? So
Yeah. I mean, I'll keep watching. I'll update you, I guess. But like, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, this is definitely a guilty pleasure for me. Like, you know, it's funny because I mean,
It's good.
no, it is good. Like, I
So
know it's
good.
kind of trash. Like, I mean, I wanted to get to kind of, you know, like be done with this, but like actually to see it finally, like kind of like anything coming out of this that's done right, like, you know, like being done justice. Like, yeah, I'm happy and I'm interested, right? Like, I feel like I always like this universe. It's so much to pull out of, right? Like it's like the actual, you know, like the premise of the whole universe being like a galaxy being at war. Like that's really interesting. And I feel like it's never done right. It's always focused on like bullshit. But this though, like this is exactly what I, you know, like the idea I had, even with like the kind of expanded universe that I read, you know, like it just went to drama, drama, drama. I'm like, wait, but there's a whole freaking galaxy, man. Why are we like focusing on like 4 people, like whatever? But yeah, this is more like what I wanted to see. So, and it's just what you're saying, though. It's so well done, like the production, like it's just super well executed. Like, you know, like it's like impeccable. Like it's so well done. I'm actually surprised that um, this looks so much better than any of the movies, you know, like released like in the past, like what, like 30 years, man.
Well, except
It's
for Rogue One, right? I mean,
yeah, Rogue One, it looks great, but like that, yeah, that's an exception. No, but what I'm saying is,
but I mean, this is sort of like this is like Rogue One
yeah,
extended,
it's the
right?
same,
Is
it's
how
the
I
same
look at it. Yeah,
storyline.
yeah.
It's kind of right in the same storyline. But I mean, let's say if someone who hasn't watched Rogue One and they were to watch it, they would still enjoy it, and like, you know, like they don't have to depend on Rogue One. You know, that's what I like about this too, right? It can be its
Oh
own
yeah,
thing.
for sure,
If they like it, you can tell
for
them, hey,
sure.
you can watch Rogue One, or like, you know, like go keep going, right? But like they don't have to. Like this, even let's say if you were to like like rip off the Star Wars skin and just have this like some sci-fi thing, like maybe it wouldn't have as much of a big audience, but like if someone were to stumble upon it and say, oh, this is cool, like this is really fun, right? Like what we
Yeah,
talked about,
totally.
like a Firefly-esque, kind of yeah, like cruise story, and like what I told you though, like the scenes are so amazing, like some of the scenes, and like even they don't have to be in like a one of the familiar locales that we know, whatever, like just the scene where let's say if we were to like the scene that I mentioned to you, like on the mountaintop, right? Like doesn't have to be TIE fighters, could be like any kind of patrol, right? Like that's so powerful. Like in what I say, what they're wearing, like like kind of like the lighting is done right, and like the way it's framed, right? Where like you kind of see like the whole like kind of valley behind them, right? And like and a bit of the mountain, like it's just so memorable, right? Just yeah, the cinematography and the editing, like it's so, and like like on TV, like so, like many TV shows, I feel like some of the scenes like they kind of cut too early or too late. I don't know how to explain this though, but like let's say you have a scene, right, and like people are talking, like then they leave it, they linger too much, right, and they're kind of like standing there, right, and like you kind of like, okay, what? Or like sometimes like in scenes like like say like I don't know, you have like people kind of arguing, right, and like they kind of cut to something else. You're like, ah, like I feel like they kind of kill like the tension of the moment. But this, like, I don't know how, but like they get it timing right, like with the editing in that sense. I feel like when they cut, it's like, oh my god, like perfect, like the perfect like amount of time for you to like kind of have this scene like leave like an impact on you and kind of digest and transition well to the next scene without being abrupt, right? Or like it doesn't feel like wait, like where are we now? You know what I mean? Like it just flows so well. Like I'm very impressed. I don't know how much money they put into this, but like it's funny because like like I feel like I would have loved this like I don't know 15 years ago and it never happened, and now that I don't give a shit about it, it's like, oh well, here, like now you have something that it's like to the kind of like quality that I expected.
Zinc.
I was just gonna say, I think I'm gonna wrap this up. I didn't know if you guys had anything else, but
No, I'm good. I'm
Oh,
gonna say I was gonna leave at 10 because I wake up at 5:30 tomorrow. So
yeah, no,
right.
yeah.
Yeah,
perfect.
I get that you don't want too much of the Star Wars talk
Oh well,
on
no, I
there,
mean
but
I could leave it, but then if I leave it on, then I don't know how much longer you guys were to. I mean, I just haven't watched any of those, and yeah,
uh, you know what? I think you would like the Andor. But did you like Rogue One, Zinc? Like,
it was okay. I didn't hate it, but I mean, I haven't felt compelled to watch it again.
right? Um, yeah, it would be interesting to know what you think of this. The Andor, it's like it follows the Cassian Andor character. Yeah,
Yeah, no,
I
I've heard of it, but yeah, I haven't.
yeah, I mean, I just like the character itself too. I mean, hey Carlo, like, wouldn't you agree? Like, I mean, it's just
Well,
such a cool
I am
character.
biased because I mean, like any, as you guys mentioned before here, like I like rogue characters, like any, honestly, it doesn't have to be amazing. So don't use me as reference for like this character. I feel like any character, even like a crappy one, I just like rogue characters in stories. So I mean,
But I
I'm
mean,
already
do you think
biased.
anybody else? Do you think anybody else besides Diego Luna could have played this character?
Maybe I don't know. I mean, like I feel like
Like
I feel
who?
like yes. Like I feel like I mean this guy definitely has. I like that he's very kind of expressive and like like he seems like kind of like what I said, like kind of oh like kind of like a bit kind of relaxed, right? But when the time comes to like he really acts, he really like changes, right, from like a passive person to like an aggressive person. Like it's really well acted. But like yeah, I mean I I don't think.
Like who could have played the character? Like
Wait for
for
Cassian Andor.
Cassian? Yeah.
Let me think. Oh my god. Um, I don't know, man. I will have to think, but like I don't think it's exclusive to him. Like
We'll save it for next time. You
All
have a few
right.
days to
Yeah.
think about it.
Yeah.
No, just because yeah, I wanna.
Yeah. You wanna finish it off, right? I get that.
Yeah, perfect. Well, thanks again, you guys.
All right.
And like I
Yeah,
said,
thanks,
I don't
Zane.
know if did you
Great
guys
space.
like this, because like I said, I was trying
Wait,
something. Like I was like, yeah,
what?
I went
Like
this kind of random bunch of stories.
can I be honest with you? This was hard for me. Like what I said,
Okay.
I'm more of a like focus on one thing person. So everything for me, like reading it, and I kind of like get myself in the mood, right? I'm like, okay, we're gonna read this, right? And like I read about the author if I don't know about them, right? Like I tend to like I start thinking, okay, I read this is like that, you know what I mean? But like for me with this, right? Like I could not do that, right? Like I couldn't be for like 10 stories, 2 different stories. Like, okay, what have I read like this? Or like I'm gonna research about this author, right? Or like can I get myself in the mood? What's really hard for me. So like and it's not like I wasn't motivated, but like as you guys see, like maybe the quality of what I had to say wasn't on par with like other spaces
Yeah.
because like
Well, then maybe I'll try some. Maybe I won't continue on with this, or we can do like just some other
I'm
short
just telling
story.
you,
Because I
it's just like,
yeah.
and especially the way I approach these spaces, what I'm telling you, like, I'm really okay, like, this author, this style, right? Like, this kind of genre, and I get in the mood, and what is it, like, I read about the author, or like, like, I just start thinking, okay, maybe reading like this type of style, right? Like, I read this, and I start like kind of making this, like kind of putting together this whole thing in my head to like present it to you guys, right? But with this, like my brain was like, oh my god, what? Like it was really hard for me to like
Yeah,
like
I know what you mean, Carlo. It's like, and also I find like it's like some of them were really really short pieces, and then you would go into a longer one, and it's like your mind is constantly switching between like all these different stories,
yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
it's
Well, I
like
mean, I never
yeah, yeah,
I never read anthologies, books, and so I thought I'd just try it.
Well, you know what? I actually do, but like
right.
this is pretty disjointed though. Like, I read, actually like talking about the devil, right? There is this anthology that I love, that I reread. It's like a just stories about the devil, right? And it's like different authors were like the common denominator is the devil, right? But like they kind of have a similar tone, and right, and like it's kind of authors like the like the same kind of writing style in the same wave, right? In the same kind of time period. But this is what's rough. Like the stories are different, like different nationalities, different styles, like different length. Yeah, like just even different, like like yeah, like an extremely short story, right? Or you have like something more layered. Like my attention was all over the place with this. So, like what I said, like for the last story that you guys said, that was a like another story. I was so sure it was like an introduction to like the second to last story. I was so confused. Yeah, it's rough for me.
Yeah, and we didn't really have much to say about that one either, right? I mean,
Well, the really
it
the really
wasn't.
short ones, like there is not much
Yeah,
there. It's like, okay, well, like that was kind of like a fun, like experiment, right? Like a play on the writing expectations. But like, what are you gonna say about 3 lines, right? There's not much you can say.
so I mean, the first one was great. The maybe we should find more short stories by that
Oh yes,
Japanese
please. Oh my God, I love
author.
this guy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
Zink,
yeah, that was
check him
great.
out.
Yeah, we can see.
No, like
I
I'm
really
Agree.
telling
enjoyed
you,
that one.
this one,
That was great.
this story is like one of the like the kind of like tamer of his stories. He has crazy shit, like dark and like what I said, like a lot of juxtaposing like kind of morals with survival. This guy's really good at this. And like they get dark, man. This guy is great. Like and he's so inventive too, right? Like and like especially like saying, since like I feel like you're interested in history a lot. Like this guy kind of breaks down that, like like kind of, yeah, like the last remnant of like the feudalist Japan, and like like the kind of industrialist Japan taking over. Like some of the his stories really really like like put it out there. So I feel like you enjoy this a lot.
Well, I know he committed suicide,
Yeah, he
didn't
did.
he?
He did. And like, yo, you know what he did? He wrote this letter explaining why he was committing suicide, and he compared his suicide with like other suicides in history, including Jesus Christ. And like he published this. Like, what? He's so nonchalant about it. This guy is such a character. This guy. Yeah.
Well, because I've never read anything he's written, but I'm sure you've heard of what's his name, Yukio Mishima, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
Because yeah, like he also committed suicide, but he was like just really weird.
No,
Right.
Japanese is like the Japanese authors are like a whole it's a whole different game. Like I would be happy if we cover this guy though. This guy is like to me he's
Yeah.
he's so good though.
Yeah, that like the first story definitely stood out, not just because it's the first story, but yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. So is that your favorite,
yeah.
Adrian? Like
And,
the
like I
more
also like the
enjoyable?
one with the giant too.
Yeah.
That was good. That Enoch Soames, I didn't mind that
Yeah,
one either. That was quite
those
good.
were my three that I, like if I would just have to recommend, I'll recommend those three. Like, yeah, like the Seinen story, like the Akutagawa one.
Yeah.
The giant, because the giant, honestly, the giant, like nothing much happens, but they're just like the writing and like the
Yeah.
descriptions are so amazing that, yeah, it's like a trip. That's definitely amazing. And yeah, the Enoch to me, what I mentioned to you guys,
Yeah.
like I've been in the writing world, right? Like to me, I was like, oh my god, I was just laughing because like I would see many people that I, like I get to meet in real life that it just reminded me of them, right? Like, and like, or that idea, like even people, even like some artists, right? They just forget what they go into it and they just kind of end up, like just doing it for the fame aspect. So yeah, really cool to read that. And what I said that
Yeah.
made me think of like Mordecai Riddler because I'm a fan of Barney's version that book. It's funny you watched the movie, Adrian. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I've seen the movie. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a real fan of that book, so like it's funny because I really thought of that right away. So that was cool.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess I'll figure out something else to do for these short stories then next time.
All right. Yeah. More
Well,
of that
you can
Japanese
pick.
guy.
Yeah,
That was
you can
great.
you can replace them with a Kuragawa instead.
Well, we'll see what I can find on audiobook.
Oh, it's
and
true,
on
it's
Alright.
true.
Spotify.
But I think Rashomon, like Kuragawa, it's an audiobook. I think I have that somewhere actually.
I'm sure they do. I mean, like I said, I mean, yeah, I could always read these, but I'm
No,
just
no, but I
I
think
like.
I think I have Rashomon in audiobook. I'm not sure. I have to check. I think I have some of his stuff. Because
Yeah, no, I'll check and see.
like
I'm sure
Alright.
there's plenty of it because it's out of it's I mean, well, of course the translations might still be under copyright, but technically the books themselves are out of copyright. Everything he wrote.
yeah. It's public domain.
So I'm sure I can find some of them, but yeah, I'll see, and then I'll find some of the other ones that we've discussed. So perfect.
All right, guys. So see you Friday for being
Yeah.
there. Yeah, this is gonna be my first time really with audiobook, so I'll see how it goes.
Oh, it's only 3 hours, so I think you'll be fine. Even if you don't like you're not used to it. I feel like 3 hours is a good way to start. At least you don't have to do like a full novel, right?
Right.
You can always try reading it along with it too, or something like that. Or
Yeah, I could do that. I kind of did that for 1984 with the Spotify one, and I had like the ebook, so I was like doing that, and then I just started reading and like switching back and forth and stuff like that. But yeah, being there, I'm just gonna do the audio, see how it goes. So is this going to be 5 or 6 o'clock on Friday? Are you
6? I think I'm just gonna set them at 6 because it works better for Carlo.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Well, I mean, you guys don't have to push it for me though. I can do 5 too. It's just a bit easier, but like
But
well,
you're
I mean,
actually
it's
a
all. I
core
think
part of the group, right? So
yeah.
we have to accommodate you, right?
well, but
so,
I mean, yeah, I guess. Anyway,
It's all completely arbitrary. Like I said, I was originally running these just at noon because that's after a meeting I had, and that's when it worked well for other people. And then later on, I moved it afterward, but then 6 is fine too because that way, it's now that we're in winter, the sun's gone down by 6, and I'm sort of maybe hoping things will pick up more. Maybe in winter, maybe more people will read and join these, right?
well, I hope so because it would definitely be better. Like,
well, honestly,
I mean,
I'm surprised.
Our discussions are great, but
I'm surprised more
just
people didn't go for 1984 though. I feel like so many people have.
It's
very
because
few.
I think it was that there was that Musk space going on.
Oh,
I think that's partially what, because there was a lot of people who were supposed to come, and usually they pop in and dip out, but like nobody was doing it. And then later on it turned out this Musk space was going on. So of course,
there was more people than normal though.
yeah,
You know, I mean, there was like what 14 or something at one point.
Yeah.
Like,
but I think that's what lured a lot of because suddenly
something I have to mention though. I feel like we should encourage people to speak more though. I feel like we just take the mic and I mean we're so like comfortable, I guess. We just keep going though. But I remember though at the very beginning when I started doing these spaces, like I kind of felt intimidated, and then I was like, oh, like I wish they asked me to speak though. You know what I mean? Like I kind of got into the rhythm later of the space, and like you just kind of like you know, just kind of grab the mic when you want, right? And like I kind of learn how to read, like let's say when Sync or Adrian, when you guys pause, and I know where it's like green light for me to go. But at the beginning, though,
right.
The only problem with this is
trouble.
I'm just not sure if they've read it or not, and I don't want to put them on the
No,
spot.
I mean
Right.
whatever. Worst case, they tell you I didn't read it. Like I mean, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But like
So I mean,
I feel like
I said.
I feel like
Sorry,
we should pause like every now and then, and maybe someone else is like, hey, do you have something to say about this? Like, right? Or like, dude, what do you think about what we just said or something, right? Like to encourage people to take the mic, because I feel like we just go on, right?
So I mean,
Yeah.
this is something I said earlier. So Haiku, she was in your earlier, and she was like engaging with the like DM group, the Gulag Book Club DM group. She was asking like, how do I get the books and stuff like that. So I was gonna say to her, do you want to come up and like say something? But then she left. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe she. Yeah, maybe she's reading the other ones. We'll have to see.
But anyways,
Right.
But yeah, no, I guess I'll go and reschedule all the other
just
things.
just
But a bit, but the long novels should be, because I posted that list, right? Whatever it was. What
Right.
was it? I don't know if you guys had any other thoughts for the long list, but kind of.
So I would say leave the China Mieville, the city and the city, because I'm actually gonna
Yeah, so like I
test
said,
it,
next
'cause
week.
you guys have talked about it was like
Next-
Oolong Door, so.
Yeah, well, I haven't read it either, but I'd heard the synopsis before, and then when I read Ulan Door, I'm like, oh, this reminds me. But yeah, Something Wicked This Way comes is next week, then The City and the City, and then I put The House of the Seven Gables the week after that, and then the
Oh,
third
that's gonna be
placement after
great.
that. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Well, like
the
I said,
House of-
it's another attempt at maybe bringing in people with something more normal, because I very much liked Hawthorne's style.
Oh, it's great. I'm a huge Hawthorne fan.
Well, because
so
like I said,
I'm
I mean, to
biased,
me,
right?
I always just assumed that he was more of a sort of normie author. But yeah, no, I liked the way he did things.
Right.
So
All right,
hopefully.
guys. So Friday 6 p.m. being there, and I will talk to you guys then.
Perfect.
I'll probably talk to you guys sooner than then in like other spaces.
yeah,
maybe.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
I don't know. Like,
All right. See you later.
yeah.
Well,
All right.
Perfect.
take it
Have a good
easy.
one.
See you later.
Yeah, I'll
guys.
see you soon.
All right. Bye.
Bye.